Well, hello everybody. Sorry, I was trying to stream to Twitch at the same time as YouTube, and I don't think I successfully did that. Right now, what I got though is it's trying to do YouTube at the same time as YouTube Shorts, like those vertical live stream things. So if you prefer that, and it looks like my audio is working fine there, so that's good. But yeah, I was just trying to get that up and running, which is just to try out something new. I was doing multi-streaming to like different platforms. According to my YouTube there, it's live. We are live. But let me just double check. It looks like I do have it live. I don't know if I'm going to be able to have chat though from the vertical section, so let me see real quick. I want to see if it's on my phone here. I could see it on my computer what's going on. But how's it going, everybody? How you guys doing today? You guys doing well? Yeah, it looks like that. Yeah, it looks like I got the audio working there. I know I was trying to do vertical as well as horizontal when I was first trying to stream, and I was having problems with it because like the signal, you would only be able to send like the signal in one application basically. But how are you guys doing? How is your day? Today's a beautiful Sunday. Had a Jersey Mike sub earlier. I'm all fueled and ready to go. Let me just pull up chat here, so that way I got it as I'm working on some stuff. Yeah, I mean, today's been chill so far. I've fixed a problem inside my car. I had this little clicking sound coming from the air conditioning vent. Got that fixed, so I'm feeling productive already. Now I'm ready to jump in to do some nice VFX. I got to share this because I was trying to get that going. I got to share this to some Discord things. I think I already posted it in our Discord group chat. But oh, don't post that. That wouldn't be good to post. But yeah, today we're going to be jumping back into the drone shot. Continuation from yeah, I disconnected the Twitch stream, by the way, Ben. I don't think that was working. So I'll have to, test that out and see if we can get that going next time. But it's not like we got like a lot of people on Twitch that need to check it out. If they want to watch YouTube, okay? YouTube's where it's at. Let's see. But yeah, we're gonna jump back into the stream today. We are just finishing up animating the drone today, so it's gonna be some fine detail animations of what we're working on, and from there we'll go into maybe doing a render pass, depending on how quick we get through animation today. I don't think we're gonna get all the way through comping, just because there's quite a bit of work that goes into the next section of stuff that we'll be doing. But yeah, let me close my Discord here and we can jump right on over. As per usual, if you guys are new here, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We do these live streams once a week where we create visual effects shots from scratch. Today, we're jumping back into the drone shot that we started a couple weeks ago and that we've been working on every single week. And we created a drone from scratch and we camera tracked everything here inside of Blender. So this is where we're at right now. This is the camera track that we've got so far. With our super rough cube animation. This isn't the drone that we will be using for our shot here. We are using Action VFX practice footage. So if you guys want to grab that, you guys can go to the YouTube live stream, scroll right on down, and then under resources, I would find the Action VFX link. Where's that at? We should have one right here. Go over to Action VFX, and they have all this wonderful practice footage you guys can use for different types of visual effect shots. The one that we are specifically using is the drone attack one, which let's see if I can find that real quick. Yeah, it's right up here at the top. I scrolled right past it. But they've got a bunch of different clips here that you guys can use. Specifically, let me pop over here so you guys can look at this. Specifically, we are using this shot here. I believe it's this one of them running away. And I created a visual effects plate. I have a tutorial on this YouTube channel you guys go check out about making ACES CG visual effects plates. That's basically what we did. And then now we're going through and we are adding in a drone. If you do want all of the materials I'm working with, you can join our Patreon. all of these files are up on the Patreon, and you can grab them for free on the Patreon once you guys are a member. Well, I guess it's not free, but yeah, you guys can grab all the drones that I created as well as the visual effects plates. But without further ado, let's jump right onto this. So we have two different Blender project files so far. We've got this project file here, which is what we did our camera track in. And then we have the other project file that actually has our wonderful drone that we created. So this is how I think I'm planning on doing this. We can take this shot here, and I'm just going to replace the cube that we have here with the drone that we created last week. So let's go ahead and import that into our project. So I'm going to use a linking system inside of Blender, so that way if I want to make any modifications to our drone, we can just go to the other blend file, make those modifications there, and then it'll update inside of here as well. This is really useful for when you are doing multiple CG shots that have the same character or drone or whatever it is, and you need to be able to copy that between the different shots. So let's go ahead and do that. We're going to link over into our model that we have here. I'm going to link our model. We have our collection that we can just link in. And if we do that, you'll notice immediately once it imports everything, that's going to import it as a big ol' collection. Now I think we're going to want the ability to change some stuff, because like obviously we can rotate this, but we can't select individual elements, and this is where Blender's linking system gets a little funky. So I'm going to mess around with some of the different settings here. Let's try doing that again. We're going to link, select the collection, and then do instance collections, active collection, relative path. Let's see, put new objects on the active collection. Create instances for the object data, create instances for the collection. I'm going to test this out. I know I've done this before, but I can't remember what the options were that we want to have. Actually, you know what? Let's try this again real quick. I think if we keep everything active and then we go to our collection, we can not unlink, but we can library override. This is the way I prefer to do it if we could. There we go. And now we can, I think we need to, okay, so that instanced all of our objects as project files there. If you want to import, you can append the collection. I don't want to append it as much as I'd like to, the ability to link it, because then that makes it so we can make changes in our other Blender project file. The thing is I need we need to be able to rotate and all that stuff, our stuff. I did this like last year, but the problem is I don't do this often, so it's not like I'm super confident what I need to do here. So like it has our collection here, and then we need to convert this into a animatable object. Library override, make selected. There we go. Okay, that actually kind of worked. So don't really care about any of that. So this is our main cube object there. We need these things to be able to be rotated. So let's find that. There we go. And let's do it to the other side as well. This guy over here. There might be a faster way to do this where you could do all of them at the same time. Perfect. And then we have this limit rotation, if you want to, on here. So that potentially could be adjusted. Okay, so now if we scale this guy down, got our wonderful drone here in the scene. And we're just going to line this up with our cube that we already have. So I want to do that. Like so. We'll scale that guy down. Get him roughly the right size. Great. Now we have that. Now, honestly, if we select, kind of want to take this whole collection real quick, and then let's just hide him. We can look at these keyframes here, and we could either do one of two things. We could parent our new cube to this, basically this cube back here. That'll give us the ability to just copy all the animation directly. Or we can, you know, try to reanimate it using this as a reference. I'm going to first, because I'm lazy, we already did the work. So let's select this, and then we're just going to invert our selection here. So there we go. And then we'll just say Control P, Object, Keep Transform. And now this should fly where our cube currently is just by it being parented. And any of these like appendages or anything like that on the robot, we can select them, and then like right now we can't rotate them. But if we go over here, we could just library override it. Yeah, that's good. I know we're going to want to animate all of these. So let's just do this right now so that way we don't have to worry about it later. We'll do library override. Oops. Selected. That should just give us the ability to kind of rotate these and, you know, add some movement into our shot. Okay, now we have these empties here. I'm going to also make them rotatable. Honestly, that's pretty cool. I didn't do that on the other side, unfortunately. So let's do that. Just going to add in a new empty. Should have done this in the main thing. And I'm wondering now if I save... What just happened? Let's go open our other project file real quick, our model. Let's do cursor to select it, and then we'll just add in a new empty over here. Like somewhere right there. Perfect. Now we just do keep transform. And then this can just be keep transform as well. Go ahead and save that. And now let's open up our CG shot again. Now I think because we did a library override, it's not going to... Oh, it did. Perfect. So let's go find that empty. Library override, make selected. You see that? So now we can just make our changes inside of the one blend file. I wasn't sure it was going to do it, but now we do that. That's perfect. So now that gives us the ability to basically make changes inside of our one Blender project, and then it imports everything. And that works for everything. So if we wanted to make any shading changes, where maybe we wanted the eye to look different on the drone, or we wanted to add a mechanism on the drone, we could do all of that inside of the other Blender file, and that way it just connects everything. So let's go ahead and save that, and then just keep on going from there. I kind of want the when it plops down here, right? It's like a like that. I want the arms to not be up yet. So let's add a keyframe here for these arms. And then I kind of want these to be rotated down, and I'm fine that let's see if we can just grab these keyframes here. Why can I not grab them? Am I not able to grab the keyframes? What's going on? G. Wondering if it's because this is connected via... Let's see, let's go to the dope sheet instead. That's so funny. I can't even delete the keyframes. Library override, make. I can't grab this, guys. Is that crazy? What's going on here? I can't scale. I can't grab. I'm pressing the G button. I can't do either of those. Let's see. That shouldn't be the case. It's allowing me to add keyframes, but I can't remove them once they're added. Don't save that. Okay, and now that keyframe's magically gone. I can add keyframes to this guy over here now. That's weird, dude. That's weird. I feel like that was a bug, right? Let's go to the keyframe here. And then we just add a keyframe now. Let's go back to the other keyframe back here. And I gotta make a better way of being able to grab this because it's hard to see that empty. And I think we just rotate that down. Now can I grab this? I cannot. Save. Well, that's the right speed that I want. I don't know why I couldn't do that. Is that crazy? So I can adjust the keyframes on the other side, on the other one, but I can't. I'm gonna make this a little bit easier for myself by turning on the selecting icon over here, and then there are certain things like this that I don't need to be able to select, which turns out I can't even adjust that. Let's go to recent. Let's go to the model real quick. Certain things I don't care about. Like I don't care about this. Let's open up the scene collection here and turn on selection. And I'm just going to turn that off because I don't need to be able to select it, you know? I need to select that, but like, you know, there's certain parts of the body that I don't need to select. So like this, don't need to select it. I don't think, I mean, maybe, what do you guys think? Like no, because not right now. Maybe later, but not right now. I don't need to select the undercarriage area. I just basically need to select the big guy. Let's see. I don't think I want to select the gun. Just go find that as well. How's it going, Okaisado? Welcome back. I'm doing great. Doing great. Just dealing with library override issues, you know? No, I think this is just one of those Blender things. I think I always had the mentality of just like going through and importing and appending it into the new project files. And I don't like that as much because if I do make a change, then I have to like make it all the way down the stream. And it just makes it frustrating from a perspective of changes made later on. I do want these selected. Or selectable, I should say. I think the gun has some shading issues. Maybe adjust the auto smooth angle. Okay, I'll take a look at that. What do we have here? I don't think we really need to select the fans. And the wires can go without as well. All these Bezier curves, we don't need to be able to select them. This back, probably not. I think that's pretty good. This will make it a lot easier anyways. The front bit of the gun. I mean, we could check that out here actually. Let's go into render view. Trying to see what you're talking about. You said you think the gun has some shading issues. Maybe adjust the auto smooth angle. Not seeing any shading issues with the gun right now. The front bit of the gun. Not seeing anything right off the bat. We'll save that. Go back over to our CG shot. So now, actually, this will make it a lot... Oh, I missed one. Oh, no, that's the cube. I was like, I missed something, guys. No, this will make it a lot easier to just be able to grab the stuff we want. Okay, so that's going to come down. What is going on, guys? This over here is having problems still. Let's go to action editor. Is it like another action that's being hidden? It looks fine in the render view, so don't worry about it. In solid view, you can see smooth transitions, but as long as it works. Yeah, I mean, if we notice anything later on, then let's for sure take a look at that. I am curious as to what's going on with this guy, though. First of all, where is our other empty? That guy right there. So we have empty whatever that is and empty whatever this is. And okay. This one is outside of the parented location. Technically, that's the biggest difference between the two of these right here. Is this one is under the cube. See, let's go over here to our previous model. Left arm rig, right arm rig. Technically speaking, what is this cube? I want you selectable for a second, please. Ah. So this and that. Undercarriage, Control P, object keep transform. So then we have the left arm rig and the right arm rig are now technically what is the left arm rig a child of though? Is it specifically to that other cube? So this right arm rig, Control P, object keep transform. There we go. Left arm, right arm. Does that fix the problem? Maybe? It's the left arm that was not working, actually. So I probably should make this left arm the same as the right arm, which is select the undercarriage, object keep transform. Perfect. Save. Now we go over to our CG shot. And we probably have to reanimate everything. We'll set an keyframe there. Oh, it's not editable. That's fine. We probably have to override, make it a selected item. And then we'll do the same with this guy. Override, make selected item. Perfect. So we'll set the keyframes here. Ah! Now that's not working. What, guys, is this? I know I'm going to be much happier once I get this to actually work. CG shot. 2 linked blocks are missing, including 0 data. That's fine. Here's our... How's it going, Jake Lion SMP? How you doing? Okay, let's set that as a keyframe here. Still can't grab it. I think it's because... So that's a cube as well. It's allowing me to edit that one, but not this one. How did we fix this last time, guys? Was it make it selected and content? I want to use an action editor. I want to use just a regular dope sheet. I think we fixed it by leaving the project and then coming back. Like, but that's not an answer as to how it got fixed. It's just a, hey, it got fixed. Which I always hate it when that is the solution on how things get fixed. Is by like, oh yeah, you know, I accidentally fixed it. It's like, no, you didn't fix it. You accidentally went in and out of the software and it magically got fixed. I hate magical fixes. That's the worst. Oh, I'm so sorry to you guys that are on the chat on the vertical. I I can't see your guys' chat, by the way. Ben, just like a FYI, if anybody is asking any questions over there, can you write them either in the main chat or I don't know what the... Yeah, I guess write it in the main chat and I can just see it because I got the main chat down here, but I do not have the vertical. I'll have to fix that for future streams because that'll be somewhat irritating for the people on the vertical. I apologize in advance. Let's set that as... Okay, so now it's magically working again. Oh, but this one's not. So one's working, one's not. The right one is working, even though the right one was not the one that I was doing. Okay, I'm going to save... Okay. So wait, the library override thing, guys. This was a bad idea. All right, it was a bad idea. I get it. I get it. It's a terrible idea. Okay, yeah, this is a bad idea. Let's select the objects here, and then we're just gonna delete them, or delete hierarchy. There we go. I'm going to do it as you suggested. We're just gonna do it this way for right now. We will append ourselves a collection. I think I was in the wrong project file, but let's do that again. Append. And then we go to our model 02 collection and then select that in collection. We'll instance the collection. Hit append. And wait, what? Maybe I don't understand how the append worked. There it is. There we go, guys. There we go. Let's scale that down. This is going to work so much better. I don't know if library override is meant to work with empties. I never had a serious problem with the rig. Yeah, I don't know. I was using empties instead of rigging things because I was just like, well, this is hard surface modeling. You know, this isn't the craziest thing in the world. But yeah, my bad. My bad. Okay, we just wasted a bunch of time. Ben, chop that out of the video. Oh, man. Okay, let's just line this up here real quick, and then we can get to animating this thing. So we'll take this cube here. Just line that up with this guy. Control P, object keep transform. And this cube here, let's just turn off the visibility of it. Already made a note. Okay. I think as the camera is pulling away, we can just set a keyframe here. Can I grab these? Yes, I can. Okay. The nightmare is over, everybody. The nightmare is over. Yo, what is up? How you doing? I'm gonna see as that's there. Let's go to camera view here, and now we just rotate that down. How you doing, Quintessa? Quintessa, welcome. I managed to fix Nuke. I just used the newest version, so I downgraded to Nuke 13. Oh, I use Nuke 15.1. I haven't had any issues in Nuke 15.1, but maybe it's like a weird bug or something like that. I kind of like this, but let's just offset the arms here. So we're just going to first get that going there. Let's play this back. It's really rough, guys, but that'll get us started anyways. I think once the arm snaps up. It's like just a little bit of jiggle, I think. And then let's select both these guys. Can I just rotate them towards like the actors? And so now I'm just going to go through the animation here, and then we're just going to just be firing bullets kind of like where the actors are running. Let's play that back here, see what that looks like. You know, it's some bugs that happen in the new nukes. Yeah, I mean, especially with tracking. So if you're using like a traditional tracking marker, you might have some problems. Because I don't know how much updating they did with the new tracking marker. I know that the new 3D system, I haven't used all that much yet. Let's see. We're just going to update some of these keyframes here on this wide one. Just kind of getting that down, I think. There we go. Just like lining that up a little bit. Let's see. That's nice. And honestly, let's grab this whole arm here and just have it much later. Yeah. Maybe like a frame or two earlier. I like that. Feels more mechanical because it's not perfectly lined up. Or I guess it feels more realistic, not mechanical. Mechanical would be perfect, wouldn't it? I'm gonna keep these legs here. Let's work on that a little bit. For my sake, right now, let's add in a new camera. And I'm going to, with that camera selected, press Control 0, and then we'll just go back out of camera view here. We're just gonna hit the front of this drone like so, and press Control Alt 0. And if we now select the drone and then parent this camera to that guy, then it's going to move with the drone, which will allow us to just see things a little bit easier. I find that sometimes that's pretty useful for, you know, getting things down. Let's just set this up over here. And let's see. Let's just work on some of these legs here. And then kind of have these pop in a little bit more like that, just giving it some a little bit of movement. I have a question in the shorts chat. What's the question? I like that a little, you know, that's nice. Just adds a little bit of movement. Let's see if I could do, 1 second. Pause for a moment as I just grab this whole window here. I'm just going to see if I could pop up my shorts live stream over here, because then I'll be able to actually see what's going on. Kind of giving off Spider-Man Far From Home vibes. Awesome. What's the animation? This is a visual effects shot. I got chat now over here for the shorts, by the way, so I got you guys. This is a visual effects shot that we're just creating here from scratch. So you should be able to... it's just a drone shot. We're using practice footage from Action VFX's website. We're using this post-apocalyptic footage right here, and we're just creating our own drone and putting it inside of the footage. So we created this over the last course of last couple weeks. And here's the drone right here. And we're going to be incorporating that into our actual visual effects shot. So you can see how it does give that Far From Home vibe. I didn't even think of that. Okay, now we've got that. Let's go back to our other camera here. So this is going to be our, let's call this drone cam. I got my caps lock on. That's what's going on here, guys. Drone-cam. And that way, if we ever need that again, we can just do that. So I'm going to press Control-0 to this camera over here. Control-0. And let's go back into camera view and see how this shot looks. Just going to check that out. Perfect. I need another monitor, guys. Not terrible. I think it's let's do this. This is going to be, I want when it's coming in for, let's select our drone camera again real quick. I want when it's coming in, I want the arms to be a little bit tighter, as if it just barreled down into the shot. And let's just have it yank outwards. As if a little bit of weight for it kind of happens all at once. So let's do that. Let's move all that over here. I think it yanks a little too far. And this one certainly is happening a little too fast, so let's just move that out. Yeah, just a little bit. It's feeling nicer. And obviously these guys coming in, we'll just have them decently tight. I'm thinking almost when it hits this part right here, I want the legs to yank out the most, as if gravity really pulled them out from their perched positions. It's a little quick though. Yeah. As if it comes down, so wah, right? It like are you gonna be are there gonna be more drones? No, it's just gonna be this one drone in the shot, but we might add some bullets and stuff like that into the actual comp. Nice. Okay, so that's that. So let's go back to our regular camera view here. We could actually have more drones flying in from behind it, you know? It's like first it's just one drone and then a bunch of drones start to fly in. Could definitely be something we do. I think these legs at this point... Let's see. I think these legs at this point could probably go even further up just to get out of the way. Yeah, I think that's about good. And, whoops, out of camera view there. Let's jump over to our regular camera here. Let's just see what this camera angle looks like now. How's that look, guys? I feel like that looks pretty natural. So he's flying off that way. There's really not that many gizmos to like really mess with. I'm thinking we might want to grab the back flaps on the drone. Where'd it go? I only have one back flap. Where's my other back flap? There's this plane. Is he somewhere off into the distance because I forgot to parent him? Probably. Is it my fault? Most definitely. Am I going to blame someone else for it? Yes. Oops. Can I not control M? Yeah, there we go. Control M. X. There we go. We're just going to move that guy down. Rotate him to the position that we want him. Should be close to that position there, right? And we can't select this Bezier curve because we made him unselectable. And I don't know which Bezier curve he is. He's that one. Perfect. So now we've got ourselves a back flap. So from the camera perspective here, let's see, let's go into here. And we want to, let's see, let's move our drone witness camera here. I'm going to just move him, that's fine. Let's move him up a little bit. And there we go. Oh. Where did the other back flap go? I just duplicated him, did I not? Oh, he's right there. Well, we can always just grab him and reposition him. I don't know what happened. I think he snapped somehow. He got angry at me. So we'll just move that over. Okay, that's fine. Now if I move this, he stays. Perfect. So now, from this perspective, we can animate these back flaps a lot easier because we can see them using our witness camera. So let's just say as he's flying down, he's going to fly down. Probably need to flight correct this, right? I'm not a flight expert. But let's just say that's the correct point of view. Then these guys jump upwards like so. How's it going, the artist desk? How you doing today? We're just animating flaps. We can't really see it from that high up. And I'm not really too concerned about these things being jerky. Because realistically, robots are jerky, right? I think now we just have these go down. Now let's go to our regular camera perspective and then see how much of that we actually see and then how much we need to smooth out from there. So we go back to the camera angle over here to this guy. And honestly, we're really not going to see all that much. Good, it's looking good so far. Today was my first time using Blender and it's so cool. Awesome. Well, welcome to the Blender gang. Blender's a fun tool. I've been using it for way too long. But no, I really love Blender. I find it fun just to use it, you know, to create fun stuff. Like, I mean, you can do stuff that people don't know how to even like fathom creating. Because I think it's really hard just to describe to people what CG, you know, you're doing in CG and whatnot. I think sometimes it's hard to even describe what that is to people. Just because they don't even know where to start. Okay, so I have this empty here, and we're going to create a keyframe for this. Let's create the keyframe at the very beginning. And let's just say every 10 frames, we're going to rotate it on the x-axis 180 degrees. So it's actually going to be rotating. So let's grab this camera here. I realize you guys can't really see my other screen, can you? I've been doing stuff on the other screen. But we'll just line this up. The donut project is fun. Ben did the donut project. I think everybody needs to do the donut project. How are you a Blender user if you haven't done the donut project, you know? Like, I think that is the hallmark of working in Blender, is getting started with the donut project. I'm going to take these and then let's just say, let's set this to linear. And it's rotating really fast. So let's, yeah, there we go. That's a little slower, which is better. Yeah. So that is 180 degrees right there. I did the donut and the anvil. Yeah, I spent like 3 to 4 hours straight. Just came back with a dinner, which was my break. It's very important to get your walk breaks in there. Don't burn yourself out too much. You're playing a Marvel game? Are you Joshua Perrin? I see that. What Marvel game are you playing? Okay, I need to figure out, let's see. With these keyframes selected here, let's go to the graph editor. And then let's select our transform here and the x-axis here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use a modifier and we will use a generator. Do they have a generator? I don't know. Cycles. There we go. There we go. So now it's just going to cyclic. We already did this. Now, technically speaking, we probably should do 180 degrees, or 360 degrees, not 180 degrees, but hey, who's counting? Let's go back over here to our timeline. And I'm going to select our camera now. Let's delete the keyframes. I just want to make sure that that animation is going all the way through. Yep, it is. So that's working perfectly fine. And I'll put it up on the big screen here. You guys can kind of see what's going on here. It's basically just rotating all the time. You definitely burn myself out too much. Yeah, no, it's very important to get good pace going. We all start with the donut project. 100%. When I was learning Houdini, the first thing I did was make a donut. I like the VFX shot I published on Discord. It turned out very nice. I saw that one, right? Yes, the green screen shot, dude. That was pretty epic. That was really epic. Green screen's always been one of those things that I kind of dread whenever I have to do. I don't want to do the green screen, guys. I just want to composite. I like doing the fun parts of visual effects, not the not fun parts. Okay, so there we go. Honestly, guys, this is looking pretty clean already. Let's just put this in render view now. So we're going to have to do roto of him running here. The other thing I noticed is the background is a little, like the lighting on the drone is a little dark. So let's just lift that up a bit. I just made the strength here to 2. Like with everything, you started programming a game like right when you get back from lunch. Why? I have no idea. Arm movement is very organic. Yeah, definitely more organic than robotic. I think it's nice bouncing movement there. I like that. I think that works really nicely. Besides the fact that you like to make your life hard, dude, making your life hard is the best part about life. Okay, it's the best part about being artistic for sure. I'm gonna grab this guy, and I think there's a setting. I've never done this, but I believe there's a way of doing like some. They have this jiggle animation thing, but I don't know if that's only for rigs. Here's what I was gonna do with the arms. Let's well, actually I think I'm fine with that. Wow, it's looking really good. Thank you, Kaisado. Definitely getting close. Here's what we're going to do. Right now, it's only rendering or playing back at 17 frames per second. So a trick that I like to do is let's set a output project directory for this thing. So let's go to streams, most recent stream. And we're going to say that this is going to be 06. Let's do 07 output. And inside of here, I'm just going to call this temp. And inside of our temp folder, we could just call this temp. And then not the plus. I don't need the plus. And then let's hit accept here. And we can set all of our regular settings how we would normally do it. So I'm going to use OpenEXR multilayer. The color management is going to be following our ASYS pipeline, which we've installed before on Blender. So that should all be working perfectly fine. And now all I need to do is we need a quick render. So we're going to go to camera view now. And let's go to camera view. Let's see what material view looks like. Probably don't want material view, but you do art and some easy programming, not all much, but barely any. It looks like this is from a movie. It's looking literally like I don't even have a word. It looks impossibly good so far. Thank you. Thank you. You can watch all of our live streams on how we got up to this point. And by the way, little shameless plug here. All of these project files are available for download on the Patreon. So once the streams are over, I upload all the project files and you guys can use them for whatever you want. And so that's including the drone as well as the background footage, the track, the Nuke projects, and like everything. So if you want these and you want to mess around with them, you guys can go join the Patreon and help support the channel. Anemo over here. 1 second. I'm back. Why is the stream output so slant? This is the shorts live stream. If you'd like to head over to the normal live stream's usual layout. Yeah, I'm doing 2 different layouts, guys. So if you guys are on the shorts, I'm sorry if I don't see your message immediately because it's all the way over there. But I am doing 2 different live streams at the same time right now. One's on the regular layout and one is on the, of course, one is on our YouTube Shorts, which YouTube has been telling me for like weeks now to do. So are you making this for a movie or a project you're doing? No, actually this is just for funds, really. Anyways, let's go to solid view here, and then we're going to hit view, and then we'll hit render animation. If we do viewport render animation, this will do a play bash basically of our camera perspective or whatever our viewport looks like. So I always just go to camera view and then it renders out the camera view into the EXRs into that folder that we already designated. But it does it really quickly because it's just doing what the viewport sees. It's not actually rendering it out using any ray tracing or anything. So now I can open up my own Nuke compositing software and I can play it back in real time really quickly. This is a nice way of being able to cache stuff and be able to see what your Blender animation looks like, especially if you're not getting quick playback inside of your Blender viewport, which is very difficult when that happens because, I mean, how are you able to judge your animation if you're not able to see it? I'm going to use a shuffle node here. And just like we always do, we're just going to swap this to combined. This is going to allow us to be able to see everything here. So let's just cache this out, play it back. And this is our shot so far. Welcome in, Anemo. How you doing? It looks like it's for a movie. I mean, that's the goal. We're practicing our visual effects to make it look like it's for a movie. I think the snap up of the arms is way too quick. What have you paid for Nuke X now? So, I mean, I don't pay for Nuke X, but, you know, I have, because these live streams are actually sponsored by Foundry, but Nuke X licenses are actually decently cheap now because you don't have to pay the thousands of dollars, you know, for the software. Definitely recommend it. I think Nuke is the most powerful compositing software there is. Let's see, the snap up is a little quick for my liking, so let's grab all of these and just stretch them out a bit. I'm a professional sitter. Yes, sir. That's me. I need to sell that as merch. That's what I got to do. Okay. From now, let's do that again. We'll just hit viewport render animation. Now that our settings are all set up, all we have to do is just hit viewport render animation and it'll render out the new frames again. And once we go back over to Nuke, we just hit the reload button and we can watch that back in real time as well. So that's finished there. And go back up here, hit reload. And now just play that back again. Let's just see if that's too quick on the arms coming up. Yeah, that's so much better, guys. Right now we're just viewing to make sure that, like, you see this part where it like dips down. I feel like this doesn't feel smooth to me. So let's fix that. So we're going to go over it back into our Blender settings here. Do I like 4.2? I haven't tested out 4.2 yet. I'm still on 4.1. I haven't messed with it. I actually don't know what the big changes are coming. The problem is that here's the thing to realize, guys. Whenever there are new versions of stuff, doesn't mean you necessarily need to update your Blender immediately. Because if, for instance, there are bugs or problems with the software, then you're going to have problems inside of your production. So it's always worth it to kind of hold off. That's why they have an LTS version. The LTF is called the long-term service, which just means, or that's basically for you to be able to know that there's less bugs in your software, especially if you're doing something that's for production. Because otherwise, you know, you can have a lot of problems. So here's the thing. We have this as our cube. This is driving all of the animation of like the location of our drone that's flying. We can fix this by opening up our graph editor over here. And we can actually select everything. And if we press Alt-Shift-0, it creates little keyframes on every single frame, because you'll notice that if I don't do that, we only have the keyframes that I created inside of our timeline here. So if I press Alt-Shift-O, it adds keyframe. Oops, Alt-Shift-O. It adds keyframes in between all of our keyframes that we did. And now you can see the graph very clearly. And so all I have to do is press Alt-O, and it actually smooths out our animation. So for something like a drone, this will be really nice because it's supposed to not be moving super rigid. Like when it comes down here, for instance, if we select all of that and we press Alt-O and just smooth that out quite a bit, we'll make sure that there's no popping motion that's happening here. Yeah, that dips a lot better. Just one last time. You're good at that and looks amazing. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for dropping in, by the way. I'm testing out Blender 4.3, but not in sculpting, and it's good so far. Oh, that's really good. I'm always just a little nervous about grabbing the newest versions of stuff because you never know, and it's like one of those things. So I'm just going to play this back in the regular viewport here just to see how smooth everything is. That looks pretty good to me, guys. So the nice thing about adding in those keyframes is that it just allows you to smooth everything out without having to do too much work. I mean, you guys can mess around with the keyframes and really tweak it to your own liking, but that just takes a very long time. So an easy way of being able to do that, especially something simple like this drone shot, is just by adding in those additional sample keyframes and then smoothing all of that out. Blender 4.3 Alpha works great for your short film. How do you use it for USD features? Oh, you have to use it for USD features. Okay, I'm going to viewport render this real quick, and then we can check that out inside of Nuke as well. Yeah, dude, some of the new USD stuff coming to all the different 3D softwares is insane. I'm really excited about the future of what USD holds for the industry because it'll be less software specific and it'll be more software agnostic, where you can use whatever software you want and it will give you the your save files will basically be all that matters, and that I think is just going to be like how Omniverse works for NVIDIA, where you can pretty much open anything between all of their softwares. That looks good to me, guys. I think the legs, when they pop out right here, I'm not sure. Yeah, you know what? I'm fine with that, I think. It all kind of depends. By the way, Ben, I think I was trying to stream to Facebook earlier, so I don't even know if that even worked. But I mean, the Twitch one definitely wasn't working, so if anything, it was probably just streaming black. So guys, this is the part of the show where we just This is part of what I do is I just watch things a billion times just to see what else I can make some adjustments for. I don't like the way this arm moves. So that's fine. That's not fine. Like this right here, not fine. So that's happening on frame like 1088. So now we just go back over here. We find frame 1088. Like that, when it like pops up that direction, I don't like it. What's going on here? Delete that keyframe. Make that so that goes up. Oh, I see what's going on here. I think I'm fine with it going up first. Am I going to put sound effects on the drone? Probably. I like to, you know, I'm not a sound designer, but one of the things I like to do after I finish a VFX shot is kind of do a bit of sound design on it, because I don't know, it's just it always makes visual effect shots really pop out and sound, or it makes them look more realistic because they're emitting more than just a visual cue. I find that like when you're looking at like a monster shot or something like that, and it's like, oh man, what's off about it? I don't know what I don't like about it. It can be that maybe you're watching it without sound and that's driving your brain crazy. Okay, let's look at the other arm here. Oh yeah, it does the same thing. I don't like that giggle wiggle right there, dude. What is that giggle wiggle? You see that? It like goes left, down. So let's figure out the giggle wiggles. That's on an 85. Kind of like goes over and then down. I'm going to delete both those keyframes. I think that works a lot better. Viewport render it. Oh yeah, you want to know how do you make sounds? Sounds, I mean, I just find them online and then I mix them in. I've done sounds before where you record different vehicles and whatnot and then pitch them. You use like Adobe Audition or something like that. I'm not like a huge sound guy though. I mean, when I did my film, we just ended up hiring a sound designer to create all the monster effects, and then I had an amazing sound mixer who mixed all of that stuff together. I don't need a Control S, man. There's no Control S's here. We don't save. We do everything on one project file that's called Untitled, okay? We don't save our stuff. Saving is for scaredy cats. We're no scaredy cats here. We do stuff without saving. Fast forward to like literally me losing all my project files. Okay, I like that. I think we're good here with the drone shot. We're gonna just close this Nuke comp. We don't need that anymore because that was just our viewport render, of course. So now let's set up some stuff here, some stuffs for the render. Okay. Don't give me those smiley faces. I don't need the smiley faces. Okay. We are going to do the. Oh, okay. I just saved. We do everything without saving, obviously. Let's see. Let's go into our render settings here. We're doing 2048 by 1080. Furthermore, we're also rendering it out in cycles with GPU. Let's make sure that we're using OpticX, which we are. I don't have a render farm because, you know, I'm poor. And yeah, let's go ahead and shoot this off. So this is rendering currently to a folder called temp. Let's just change this out to today's date, to 1 version 1. Let's copy that and then put that in a folder called, or a file called that. About time you saved, dude. I've been saving. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, Do you not see this? Dude, I got that on lock, bro. I hit that save button every 10 milliseconds. I grab this, save. I move it, save. That's how I work. I save on every step, man. Okay. Next up, let's go over here and oh, you gotta go? Well, hey, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for coming by and chilling with us. You have to for real go. It's okay. Well, thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. We're going to enable motion blur. Now, here's something that I'm not quite sure of. We enable motion blur. I always like the motion blur out of Blender better than motion blur inside of Nuke, because I find that when you do Nuke motion blur, it feels 2D just because the way the blur is happening. It's not happening the same way that if it knew the 3D movement would happen. So yeah, I'm not quite sure. But I like to do motion blur out of Blender, which does increase your render times, by the way. Peace and Nemo, thanks for coming by. I'll see you next week. They do rolling shutter top to bottom. I think we'll be fine. Let's go ahead and just do this. We'll do center frame 0.5. And then we'll hit render animation. And let's just see how long these renders go. If these renders are going to take too long, I suppose we're going to want to... How long have I been in this camera view? Have you guys missed every time that I've... Oh, no. You guys are fine. You guys are chill. Alright. Totally cool. I thought for some reason I was on the focus mode, in which case you guys missed all of my stuff I've been doing. Loading the render kernels may take a few minutes. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do that. I'm sure it'll be fine once we get this going. The amount of frames that we have to render are 115, guys. Yeah, I was considering not doing this on stream. We would just render it out and then comp it next week. But I feel like we could comp it this week, no problem, as long as the render happens pretty quickly. So let's get this going. Maybe this is going to only be a really quick stream today. I feel really bad because it's only been an hour so far. And that's not preferable for me. But, hey. How's it going? How you guys doing? As we're waiting for this to render. I know it's just taking a long time for the first frame. But, this is having me a little concerned. Okay? It's having me a wee bit concerned. It's fine. We got nothing better to do right now. But once we have this rendered, I think the comping will be pretty quick. It's not like there's a lot of stuff to do in comp. It's just basically adding the drone in. And then if we want to add the bullets and the gunfire, that also isn't too bad. We're basically just going to be creating smoke elements. Okay, so let's see. 4096. Hey, at least you're triple stream at the same time. At least you are triple streaming at the same time. Oh, you aren't triple streaming at the same time? True. That is true. I'm not sending it to... Oh, it's already on frame 1002. Oh, that's right, because the drone flies in. It actually might render pretty quick, guys. I think it's going to render quick. We'll just go to close-up mode. Hey, how's it going? The vertical one is like cropped, so I always have to make sure that I'm sitting in center frame. Yes, of course, we need gunfire VFX. Okay. All right. I get what you're saying. There's always got to be gunfire, and that's what we're going to do. Not always. Only when it's appropriate. It's like adding VFX or CG when you don't need it. It's like, yeah, we always have CG. Even if it's something that could be shot for real, you basically do it as CG. Let's do this camera view so you guys can at least see our wonderful renders as they're coming in. And of course, all these project files will be uploaded to the Patreon. So if you guys want to go subscribe to the Patreon, you guys get the project files for all of the drones and all of the camera angles and stuff like that. Whoopsies. 115 frames, each one taking about 9 seconds. I knew I should have done this in Eevee. It would have been like 1 second per frame. And you know, it's remarkable. I just did a freelance job this week that I used Eevee. I'll show you guys as soon as I can. I don't know when that's going to be out or whatever. And then I'll show you guys the breakdown of how I did it. But I basically just used Eevee for all of the rendering. And dude, insane. 1 second per frame to render. But OFX, the Barbie and the Napoleon is not as... Oh, of course, the Barbie and... Hey, I kind of said that Napoleon was... had CGI in it. In fact, actually, they submitted the CGI to win an Oscar. Eevee Next looks so good. Maybe next time. Yeah, I'm gonna try it out. Eevee Next is on 4.2, right? Or is that... What version does Eevee Next come out on? Because I haven't seen it on any of the versions I'm running, and I'm running 4.1. I only have Eevee. Or do I have to enable it inside of my preferences? Preferences, add-on. Do I have to do experimental or something like that? I know it's not add-ons. Why did I go to add-ons? Probably like under system. Actually, don't think I've ever turned on experimental. You think it's 4.2? Yeah, it's 4.2. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check out it. Eevee is just crazy. One of the shots I did. So I just did the Earth shot. I did an Earth shot for a Netflix film a few years back, and I don't know, it's like one of those things whenever you look at your old work, you're always kind of like, ugh, it's a little cringy. I kind of wish I could go back and update that shot, because the Earth I just did this week, I spent maybe a day working on it. Not even a whole day. I mean like hours. Okay, guys, a couple hours, all right? Holy crap. Looked so much better than the Earth I did like 2 years ago now, 3 years ago now. It's just one of those things where I feel like as an artist, you are always trying out new things and testing new things and figuring out new ways to do stuff. And it was like, wow, I spent maybe a week the last time I worked on the Earth, and it looked like a video game, you know, and not in a good way. But how the fuck can they say that Barbie didn't have VFX? It's destroying my soul. Hey now. Yeah, well that's fair. I feel like that's a part of the industry that maybe won't be fixed quickly, but it will be fixed in the coming years. Because they're getting a lot of flack for it now. Although I will say the anti-flack to the flack is pretty insane. I saw a Twitter post yesterday about the new Alien Romulus film that's coming out. They were, tweeting about how, oh, this is amazing. We are not using any visual effects. It's all practical effects. And they were showing like real sets and stuff. And they said it basically in the way they worded it. It just sounded bad the way they worded it. They said, we went to great lengths to avoid. We went to great lengths to build practical sets. No CG sets here, I think was like roughly what they said. The problem with saying it like that is it makes it sound like it's bad to have CG sets. Why do you have to make it sound bad for CG sets? It's not bad, Is it cool to do things practically when you can? Yeah, and it's actually better for the actors. I think it's way better for the actors because they have that, real element to it to react to. And that's the problem with green screen, is that they really have nothing to react to. It's all just green behind them. But CG is also the volume. They film stuff on the volume, and that's CG, but also allows the actors to react to stuff. So it's not that CG is bad. It's that the actors, when they don't have anything to react to, that's when it can be bad. VFX artists in Hollywood get the short end of the stick, except in Pirates of the Caribbean. These hold up even today. Yo, dude, Davy Jones? Yeah, man. That's pretty crazy. Like, still, today, still looks perfect. Like, still, okay? That is how insane those visual effects were. But I think that's the thing about it, is that they didn't have to worry about the uncanny valley aspect of it because he's a monster. So you're not really worried about whether or not it looks real to a human. He is an octopus monster, basically. No film ever can get any VFX. It's like VFX in all films is just invisible, right? Yeah. I mean, I think Hugo said that CGI, good CGI is just invisible CGI. Hey, bro, what are you talking about? I'm talking about visual effects. That's what we're talking about. We're just waiting for this render to happen, so we're just chatting about the visual effects industry as a whole and things like that. Mostly it's about how like VFX and CGI kind of gets a bad rap. Pirates of the Caribbean VFX is so dope. Also, by the way, I know you're new here because I haven't seen your tag before. I'm doing 2 streams, so I see chat over here as well as your chat going on up there. Pirates of the Caribbean VFX, so dope. Yep, 100%. Especially, I think my favorite shot in all of those movies was the one with the one dude. I don't know what his name was, but he's the dude with the long white curly hair, and he was walking down the stairs as the whole ship was exploding around him. Still one of the coolest VFX shots ever. Yeah, to this day, it's looking good, 100%. Like, I think that is a testament to great artistic visual effects that I mean, it's the kind of stuff that inspires me and makes me want to try to create that type of work. Maybe one day I'll make my own Davy Jones. I think now more than ever, it's easier for solo artists to be able to create their own visual effects that look like that. I mean, not immediately perfect without much work that goes into it, but I feel like with how motion tracking is now, I mean, when I was in high school, I remember trying to think about how motion tracking would happen. I actually would cut up these we had hole punchers for our schoolwork, and so I would use a hole puncher little circles, and I would tape those on my face so that way I could try to do motion tracking that way. And so I did Blenders. I tried to use Blender for it because there were very limited tutorials back then in Blender about how motion tracking worked, or really anything in Blender. And one of the things I looked up was motion tracking facial movement, and I never really got it down. And then now, I mean, dude, you can do all that stuff like pretty automatically inside of Blender with plugins. And I mean, now it's just mesh movements, and you can use different softwares like Rococo that'll automatically do all that stuff for you. They use models and motion control and CGI VFX. And the blending is so good, 100%. Now VFX is really accessible. Tons of tutorials, free software. Yeah. I mean, I feel like, Connor, what did you think about Unreal Engine for VFX? I think Unreal Engine for visual effects is probably like one of the big things that is going to help reshape the industry. I mean, it already is reshaping the industry, so it's not like it's helping reshape the industry. It's already doing it. I personally, this is my personal take, I don't like Unreal Engine. Just me personally. I think Unreal Engine is a great piece of software. I just don't like the controls inside of it. I don't like flying around with WASD. It drives me crazy. Mostly because I've used Blender since I was, 10. Like I was a kid. So going back to learning a new 3D software and movement is not fun. Like even going into Houdini and trying to learn how to do stuff in Houdini was really annoying. Just because I had to press spacebar every time I wanted to move my viewport camera. And then if I wanted to rotate something, you have to select a gizmo and then rotate your object that way. That's not fun. And yeah, I mean, so for me anyways with Unreal Engine, it's like learning over again. And I probably do really just need to sit down and use it because everybody's using it nowadays. It's like the software. So yeah, I don't know. I'll get around to it. I've made a game in it before. The thing I still don't know how to do actually is just output an animation. So like just rendering out an animation because everything is such like it's live. If you guys ever used EmberGen, it's a lot like EmberGen in the sense that it's always simulating. It's not like Blender where you hit the space bar and it plays it back and you've got like this timeline basically. That's just what I gather with Unreal Engine so far. And again, I haven't really gotten into it, so I'm not the best person to ask about how to do it. But that was the thing that kind of annoyed me, was the sense that you're always in the animation, not that you're starting it, right? Like I want grayscale, gray world cubes that I can go into edit mode and adjust and stuff like that, and then go back into object mode and then hit the play button. That's what I'm used to, and I like that. I mean, even Houdini's like that. That's why I can get along with Houdini. But Unreal seems very backwards in that sense, where you're always playing your animation. I don't know, guys. I don't know. Not my thing. But maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll get around to it. Yeah, this is looking like it's coming out pretty good. Let's start working on this. We can at least do this section of it because, I mean, it's basically, we just got to comp this part in. So we're going to load in our comp. So we do that by going to our plate. Just load in our comp. And inside of our comp here, we could play this back if we wanted to. Let's do that real quick. I'm going to set up some settings in here as well, just while that's caching. We'll go ahead and set up some settings. So first of all, we're going to want this to be 2048 by 1080, which is a 2K DCP. Yeah. And let's let that play back. So this is our VFX shot here, guys. Is that amazing? Nope. Doesn't have our drone in it. So next up, we're going to add our drone. So we'll have to replace this later with the final drone, but we have part of it. So we'll go to our output folder, and then we load in this. And we'll just add in a shuffle node, and then change that to combined. And let's see, let's move that over here, and then we merge this over top of our actual footage. Now, we have up to frame 1040, so let's do one of those later frames. Here's our drone. I have to kind of like do this for the vertical version of this because the vertical version is really cropped. I'm just like looking over there. Wow. Might have to adjust some of those things. But yeah, so here's our drone over here inside of our shot. And already lines up pretty nicely. Some things that we can do that can help us set this into the environment a little bit better is that we actually have a reference that I don't know that if we download it or not, but we can certainly grab it. So we have our source. No, we did not download it. Let's go to the website real quick. We have this onset data right here. So let's go ahead and just download this as a ProRes file. Go download this into our folder real quick. Let's go to, whoopsies. Where am I going? Oh, projects, right. I'm like, wow, I am just completely out of it right now. Can I not find, where's my live stream? There it is. I was looking for streams. Guys, I am like, I don't know what's going on with my brain right now, but I was just like not seeing my stuff. Okay, and then we'll download this into our source folder. Now we can do one of two things. We can either go into Nuke. Well, let's just do it the right way. We're going to go into DaVinci Resolve, create a new visual effects plate for this, and then import that into Nuke to make sure that the color spaces all match and that we did the exact same workflow that we did before. So let's go and open up DaVinci Resolve. And we will be comping this guy into our shot. Which, I mean, he's already pretty nice in there. It's just, you know, there's a good amount of work that still needs to be done. Okay, guys? Show the full Nuke? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I did. Okay. Sometimes I forget to hit the button. The big red button that's right here. Sometimes I have to hit that. And sometimes I forget. Okay. So let's go and open up an untitled project right now. Now, I did a whole tutorial on this. If you guys want to go check that out on the proper settings to set up your own DaVinci Resolve project. We're just going to do it the same way that I did there. Let's see, I need Rec 709 is for the input on this. And then the output's going to be just aces, CG. And we'll go to our live stream folder, streams, today's date. And then let's go to source. And we have this VFX reference MOV file that we just downloaded. And this plate right here, we basically just need to render this out. I'm also going to set up our image settings to be correct as well. Here we go. We basically just need to render this out. We can use this as a color reference. So I'm just going to chop that short. And we'll go to the delivery tab now. Here inside of DaVinci Resolve. And I'll just save this to our folder. I wish it just knew where I wanted to save stuff so I didn't have to go find it every single time. That would be great. I can't wait till Neuralink comes out, guys. It'll just get what my brain wants, you know? Call this 010, and then we're going to call this color chart 1, so CC1. Save this into here. And we're going to save this as an EXR file. So go EXR. And should save it. Let's do 4. And then set the starting frame number here to 1000. Should be good. And it should save it into a subfolder. File subfolder. No, we don't want to save it into a subfolder. We actually already created ourselves a folder. Boom! Add that folder and then just render that out. It's already done. So now if I go grab that, go see that now under our plates, we should have our color chart. And if we go ahead and import that with the same color management, we'll have our 2 different plates that we have. And using proper color management, scene linear for us is that aces CG inside of here. So if I tagged it as aces CG, it shouldn't change anything. It should just look exactly the same. Perfect. So let's go ahead and close that. I'm actually going to just make sure this sets to 1. And we'll save our Nuke script while we're at it, because otherwise we're going to lose our stuff later, and that's not going to be fun. So go back over to streams, today's date, and then finally our scripts folder right there. I'm going to call this version 2. I think I created a Nuke script last time, but that was just to create the reference, I think, which doesn't really do us any good right now. Okay, here we go. First of all, let's just play back this shot. The lighting throughout this entire visual effects shot stays consistent, so we don't have to worry about any like strobing lights or anything like that that we're going to have to make our drone be associated with, because the black levels can change and the white levels can change inside of a visual effects shot depending on situations and things inside of your plate. For us, everything is pretty straightforward, so we don't actually need to animate the lighting on this as much as we just need to make sure that it fits with inside of our scene. So we have it already kind of comped in here, but it feels kind of like it doesn't belong. And that's because we need to do the stage of compositing. Obviously, there's different jobs in the industry of visual effects, and one of the jobs for us is just making sure that this, as far as the visual effects are concerned, just feels like it belongs in that world. And here's a few ways that we can accomplish that. I actually didn't download the those plugins yet, Hasselhoff. So if you're still here, you can cringe, and you'd be right to cringe. I just haven't done it yet. Okay. I'm going to add in a grade node, and then we're going to do a few things here. I just want to make sure. Yes, sad day. We're going to do a few things. First of all, we want to match the black of our shot here to the blacks of the actual plate. So we can find something inside of here that should match the same color if we want it to. Or we can even use the color chart that's provided to us here. I find that if you can find those color values inside of your actual visual effects shot, you'll give a Discord one-on-one and watch you install those. You're gonna force me to do it, aren't you? So here's a couple things that we're gonna do. We're gonna select our grade node here, and then let's set the black point to the darkest point on our drone, and that might just be the inside of our gun. If we control click there, it'll set that value, and you can see those values got inserted into our you'll call me at 3 a.m. Well, hey, you only have to call me at like midnight, and it's like midnight here, and then it's like 8 a.m. your time or 9 a.m. your time. So if I set the black point to something like that, that'll allow us to be able to adjust our drone based off of this lift value now, because this lift is essentially going to give us the control over the blacks of our shot. Okay, now we need to be able to do the same with the white value. Now, unfortunately, there's nothing clipping inside of our drone here, so we do need to be careful about what we select. I'm going to select the whitest part of the drone, which is just the tip of that needle that we have going on there, and that's mostly a gray value. Okay, now if we open up our color charts that we have here, we can actually take the lift of this, and we're going to just find a black on here that relates as much as possible, which funny enough is not on the color chart. I kind of want to do this right here. I think that should work just totally fine. And then for our gain, we're going to select the check box on that as well. And we're going to find the gray value, not a white value, but like a gray value, because again, we're relating the gray values here. Now, if we go check our shot, we could see that if we enable and disable that, it's actually going to change the color values of our drone a little bit. One thing that we are going to want to make sure that we're doing is using a mask through the RGBA alpha, so that way it's not adjusting any of the color in the non-alpha parts. And that's going to set the color of our drone to feel more like it's within inside of our scene. It's just like a nice little trick to really make sure that's perfect. We wouldn't have to worry about this if we got an HDRI. But if you remember from last week, or I think the week before, we created our own HDRI from scratch, which works really well for reflections. And you could see the reflections on our drone here, but it's not going to work perfect for lighting because the lighting is just not quite right. I mean, also we did this goofy thing where we converted the EXR to a, from a 32-bit mode to the 16-bit, and that crunches all of your colors, and it's actually doing an adjustment. It's doing a I'm blanking on the phrase right now, but we're basically converting it from HDR to SDR, and it's losing a lot of that data. So we're going to have to adjust that, and we're just going to use this grade node here to do that. And once you do that, it should feel more like you're inside of the correct scene, because it just feels too red saturated right here. But then once you apply that, it'll just have that nice green kind of like overall effect to it. Okay, great. That's one thing that we were going to do. And the next is, I think it's always nice to throw a little bit of glow on. Now, if you throw the glow on initially, it's going to blow everything up. And obviously, that's not correct. We're just going to create some nice fake chromatic aberration that we can use ourselves. Now, if you're using the Nuke Survival Toolkit, which Hasselhoff was just talking about, or really any of those great Nuke gizmos like virtual camera or anything like that, you don't have to create this stuff manually. You can go ahead and just drop in a Nuke gizmo and it does it for you. But hey, we like to do things overly complicated here. So we're going to go ahead and change the tolerance and do this manually, okay? So I'm going to find, let's see, whoops, 0.02 probably. Let's change the brightness here to like a 0.5. And then we'll change the saturation also to like a 0.5. And we're just going to go ahead and make our adjustments here. Overall, I think maybe 15 or 20 might be pretty nice. This is just going to add a nice little bit of glow to your overall image. One important thing is that this is going to give you too much glow. So we're going to select effect only. If we go view that effect only, you're going to get those values there. And then we'll just throw in a merge, change that merge to a plus. And I think I like plus the best. Just take a look at that real quick. Do plus, and then now just change that to like a 0.4. Now, this is just going to give you a nice overall lift on some of your glow effects that you're having here. I think that works really nicely there. Let's do another glow again. And this time again, we'll do effect only. Let's just change the tolerance here. How long have you been using Nuke? For a few years now, actually. For on this new glow, let's go ahead and change this tolerance to like another 0.4 or 0.5, I'm thinking. Let's change the brightness to a 0.75 and the saturation to a 0.75. And this time we're going to make the size quite a bit smaller. We'll just make it a 5. And again, we'll take this, merge this right back over top of everything. And we'll do a plus. That's going to give us this nice little glow around the eye here. That's really all it's got to be doing for us. Now we're going to do another one. Let's do another glow. And then this glow, we're going to change the overall tolerance here to like a 0.1 or something like that. Let's change the brightness here to something larger. Change the saturation. Let's change the size here to something massive, okay? Let's do effect only. This might be too big. Let's change the tolerance to be a little bit smaller. Try to find that happy medium. I think that works. And we'll do another merge, and then do a plus. We could do a glow. I usually like to just do a blur, because then you're not losing anything. Let's do it this way. And then we'll just change this to a much smaller value. It works pretty nice. It's very subtle. Let's see. So this is our alpha there. Let's do it this way. Let's add in a merge node. Let's add in a constant. Let's add in another shuffle, and I don't know how to get these constants to actually have alpha, so sometimes I just do it this way. I just set that to like that. And so now if I go to this shuffle here and I say from the A, take the RGB, and then you plug that into the alpha, then it gives you alpha. So then when you merge this over top of everything and then you add the glow, it's going to give kind of a bit of glow to everything. Oh, you know what I'm doing wrong here? I need to merge. That's what I'm doing wrong, guys. Let's take this glow, and that glow. And then do all of our work here. And then we do a shuffle. And then we take that guy. Then we say A. And then we say alpha. Then we plug that into alpha. Does that work? Oh, right. There we go. Although it's interesting how it actually darkens the surrounding area. I don't think that works how I want it to work. You would use a key to limit the blur to the key lights. I always have issues with this. You add the glow post, I think, and then you go into here and then you say, because we're basically only trying to add glow to like the internals of it. Go to effect only here. And then, so it's using that as a mask for the area in which to do it. So we'll do that. We'll say then the brightness here will be like the 0.5. Yeah, the size is fine. And then from here, let's go ahead and use a merge node and then just put that on top of everything. So plus. Go back up here, auto alpha. Oh, that's funny. So it's taking that. The effect only basically is from here. Wait, what? So I guess you can't use the mask of that. Oh, I guess. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, of course. You basically have to do it this way. There we go. And then this gets down to like 0.4 or something like that. You do glow. Glow goes over here. Boop, boop. Merge node. You also use a stencil or something like that. It's totally fine. But let's go into the glow settings here. Do effect only, tolerance, and then let's just set that to like a 0.5. So we're just getting that eye. Change the brightness here as well. There we go. And then we just merge this back over top of everything. It's probably not the cleanest way to do it. But at least it won't give us those lines. You use the mask, but you have to output the glow only. I did output the glow only, but it watch, I'll show you what it did. You might have missed it. But I did try that. I went from here and then change the tolerance to like 0.02, and then let's just do 0.5. And then if I set effect only, but then I said mask of this, it would only do the effect on there because it's using the mask of the effect on that. And since it was outputting that only, it was doing that. Now the problem is that this is not going to give me anything beyond the environment. So that is something to be a little, like this one right here. I'm going to use this blur node on the bottom of this grade output here. And if I go view this real quick and I set that to like 300 or 250, I think that's good. Now if I merge that onto my main outline here and I say plus, it's actually going to light up the entire environment beyond the drone as well. Now you aren't getting any glow that goes outside of the alpha. Yes, that is correct. So this right here is going to give me the glow on the outside of the alpha. I might want to do the same type of thing for this because this is supposed to give me a little bit of glow on the outside of the alpha. Though I'm kind of not. I think this works perfectly fine. So now this is what our effect is doing here, is we're just kind of like doing it that way. Now if we go to this plus here, I would probably make this quite a bit smaller. We're probably going to want to merge this down as like a 0.02 or something like that. Something very subtle. It's not supposed to be huge. Actually, well, you'd want it bigger than that, but something like that should be fine. I like that. Okay, I'm gonna just clean this up a little bit. Let's move all of that down. We're gonna close DaVinci Resolve because we don't need that anymore. And let's see. Okay, that's a little messy. Nothing we can't handle. Let's move all of that down. Probably should have used stencils, but I didn't. So here we are. Cool. What am I doing? I got the dot button. I don't know why I'm like not pressing the dot button. There we go. A lot more organized. Work in progress here, guys. Work in progress. Okay, so we already have motion blur that's going to be enabled through our settings. Might want to not have that. I think we're fine with disabling this guy. And this guy right here, let's do that. Next up, we actually probably do need to denoise our main footage here and see how much grain we really have. I mean, I'm very surprised with the stuff we get from Action VFX for the practice footage library, because it never seems like it has any grain on it whatsoever. Like, look at this. That's so clean. I mean, it's obviously lower quality when you zoom in and stuff like that, but there's like no noise on this footage whatsoever. Which makes me think that they already did denoising before they gave us the visual effects plates. I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I got nothing to analyze because there's no grain. You know what I'm saying? Just like nothing to analyze. Just get rid of the denoise. Okay, let's see. We're going to add in some grain, but one thing to do, and this is where our other Nuke X project file would be useful. So let's go ahead and open that real quick. Let's go over here to stream, today's date, scripts. We'll open up the version 1. We already did unwrap everything in here, so it'd be nice to be able to just grab this data that we already have. Okay, so let's just grab this lens undistort that we've got going on. We'll minimize all of this stuff. And we've got to undistort our footage here. So let's go ahead and look at this real quick. So as you can tell that we are undistorting stuff on the side over here. Let's go back over to our other project file. And let's go to camera tracker and output a redistort. Or a distortion node. And we can just stick that at the very bottom of our stack after everything. And we're just redistorting everything back in, which is going to be very minor. In fact, doesn't look like it's really messing with our drone at all. But this is just something to watch out for. Yeah, you think they don't denoise, but they got good cameras. Had some different footage that had some noise. Oh, okay, interesting. One thing, I mean, dude, I don't know. I've worked with, like, good cameras for a long time. And there's always noise. Like, I'm just very surprised that there's no grain here. Like, there should be grain. Granted, this is an outdoor shot, but I'm not seeing any grain whatsoever. And I've done all of my visual effects streams that I've done. There's like no grain on them. F regrain on the drone, and that way you don't have to denoise everything. Wait. Oh, well, you're talking about a plugin, dude. I don't have that plugin. Furnace regrain. We're just going to add in our own amount of grain, honestly. This is not the right way of doing it. I want to be very clear about that. It's not the right way, but it's not a bad way either. Regrain. Oh. For regrain, you can use F regrain on the drone. That way you don't have to denoise everything. That's actually interesting. I don't think I've ever done this method. Preset stock. Well, we know they shot on... Okay, well... Since we're going to pretend like the footage was regrained, let's just use this at the bottom of the stack. From grain clip. I don't have a grain clip. I mean, technically speaking, we could probably load the color charts and create a grain clip from that, right? Because that has a little bit of green in it. Could analyze the grain from there. And do I have DOS grain? I feel like I should. I don't think I have it downloaded for some reason. I think I have it downloaded, but it's not in my downloads folders. It's in my Nuke folder. So let me see if I can grab that real quick. I don't. Okay, I do have it at work. So that's why I got it twisted that I had it here as well, because I use it at work. I hope you don't backseat too much. It's just something I really recently did. No, that's fine. I actually, it's funny because it's like I don't have the same plugins on here that I do at work now. So, it's just funny because I'm like, wait a second, I know I have Dusk Grain and I don't. So, no, you're totally fine. I mean, the whole point of these streams is to better these. So, like, no, I actually very much appreciate it. Oh, man. 1 second. Let's see if I can... do it this way. I know you just sent it to me, so I'm downloading Dusk Grain from you, Victor. Download Dusk Grain! We're doing it. We're doing it, guys. Okay. And then that folder, I need to just unzip it. It is annoying having multiple machines because you got to make sure that everything is installed on every single machine. That's just part of life, I guess. Part of life. Just want to make sure so that's all installed. Does the Nuke Survival Toolkit include Dusk Grain inside of it? It does. Wow. init.py. .nuke already has the init.py, and you can open it within the text editor and pass contents to the init.py, and you can save it to it. Just trying to install your Nuke Survival Toolkit, man. Do I copy the contents of this? So I have it inside of my folder Nuke. But now I need my... It's menu.py needs to be updated, right? I don't actually know if menu.py needs to be updated. It's the init that needs to be updated. Okay, save, close, exit, all of that's all of the above, please. There's my drone, dude. What is that, actually? I think we got a render error over here that we'll have to worry about. We don't have time for render errors. It's got to be perfect first go. Okay. Now we go into here. Let's, we restarted everything. Hit update. Dusk Grain, please. Nuke Survival Toolkit. Dusk Grain! It worked. Now, please tell me I can just do it. Yes. Perfect. Perfect, guys. Perfect. Oh my god. It's amazing. Wait, no. I didn't want to open that. Wrong one to open. One of the things I really don't like about Nuke, and I don't know if this is a preference thing, and if it is, please someone tell me, but whenever I already have a comp open, and like this one right here, okay, and then let's say I wanted to open another comp, and then I go file, open, blah blah blah, it doesn't open it as a Nuke X program file. It opens it up as a Nuke file, which is a separate thing, and I don't know, it just drives my OCD crazy. So if somebody knows how to fix that, then please tell me, because it is very frustrating to deal with that. Okay, now we're in here. Now I don't have neat video on this computer, and I'm not gonna get it because it's on my work computer and it's a license that I don't have. But we are just gonna use denoise because honestly that's gonna do the trick for us. And then all we have to do is use DOS grain between the denoise and this read node here. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna say, hey, take this degrained plate here, and then take this plate here, and then create the grain in which I need. And then we will place it on top of our comp here. So here's our grain that we're doing. And let's see. I need to adjust our grain location. Let's see, comp. There we go. Pretty sure this is how it works, right? This is the way I had it set up, I think. I want to hit analyze. Do plate, which is this guy here, auto alpha. Use temporal denoise. You did a vector generate node and plug it into the motion of the denoise. Gives you way better results. Wait, what? TEA? I hate that. What are you talking about? TEA. I'd like to denoise this and then create the grain based off of that function there. So what I was trying to do was, let's see, let's analyze this real quick. Well, technically, I've never done it this way. I've actually used the exact same plates for all three of these. So actually, this might actually be more difficult than I'm thinking. Or it might not work for what I'm trying to do. I was trying to denoise this grain here and then generate the grain based off of that. Hate that Nuke opens and not Nuke X every time. Yeah. No, that is something that I think it's probably a setting somewhere. I just don't actually know. So use external grain. There we go. So place a grain here is what it's going to be analyzing now. So let's analyze that again. And then now we view our grain output. This should just work, I think. We might be able to even unplug everything at this point. Adapted grain, comp, plate, comp, regrained comp. I'm not seeing anything. Maybe it's a Windows preference setting? Probably. Probably. I might just go with the generic grain, guys. It's not working for me. Honestly, it's not a Kodak or anything like that. These are going to give us insane, like, it's going to give us, like, insane results. We can always tone back these grains as well, by the way. Let's do this one here and then change the grain amount to be much less. Grain size is totally fine. Now we just got to be way less on the grain. Something barely there. Because that's going to match our initial plate, I think, a lot better. And there's our regrain. Now, what kind of stuff do we have now inside of this Nuke Survival Toolkit? Distortions, glass. Wow, dude. I got to go through all of this. Let's add a virtual lens in also. Let's do this on the CG stuff, I think. Oh, we crashed it. Blender's finished, by the way, so we can close that now. Yeah, it's probably a Windows preset setting is what I'm thinking. Because, I mean, it just seems like such a weird thing that it does. So what I just have this habit of going down here and then clicking on my Nuke X from there. That totally works just fine. Virtual lens. I'm going to do it this way rather than our traditional way of doing it because this is going to look so much better, guys. So we'll do a virtual lens. That's going to happen before it places it on the merge. Okay? Let's see. Astigmatism. Not too much. We're probably going to want to tone that back a little bit. I think you can easily go too much on a lot of this stuff. Some nice halation, maybe? I don't know what that's doing. Let's turn it off just in case. Turn off the diffraction glow. I like it a little bit better, smaller, I think. Yeah. That works nice. Yeah, it's pretty subtle, guys. It works nicely. Let's see. Let's go to the spherical aberration. Okay. Adds a red glow to the edges of the bright highlights. It's something you see with the film. It looks certain. It's Cinestill 800 has it, I think. Let me refresh our frames here so that way we know we have all of them. I don't want this at all, actually. And, let's see. You said the halation adds a glow to the edge of the bright highlights. Okay. Oh, gotcha. Let's see. If we move that all the way up, can we mix it down? And then make this a little smaller, not quite as big. Makes it even less. And let's see, after all of that, let's throw in a Z defocus here. And let's change the size to be a lot smaller. We're just making it a little more out of focus. Actually, it might not be out of focus at all. Everything seems decently sharp. I'm looking at the leaves around it. If anything, we actually need to probably sharpen this a little bit, just a tiny bit. For the virtual lens. Okay, great. And then of course also before the virtual lens we want to do a bit of a light wrap, I think. Light Wrap Pro. What is this? Let's use the BG. We're using new things today, guys. New things. I think we should probably change the size to be a little smaller, right? Yeah, that's pretty nice. Let's see how this plays back on the shot. I don't like the motion blur. I think it's a little too lifted also. A little too milky. And we're going to have to roto him. Which we could do really easily in DaVinci Resolve, so I'm not too concerned about having to do that. But see how that plays back though. Should be more out of focus, like Z to focus that here. Feels like it's constantly out of focus though. Like, what is our camera settings here? Let's go check this to make sure we're not using any kind of like depth of field. We aren't. Okay. For some reason, it just doesn't feel as sharp as everything else does. So here's what we could do. We could take our drone that we have here. Let's take it with its grade that we have. Let's take out the sharpness that we have here, and let's just render this out. Okay. Go render this out to... Let's do this. Drone version 1.mov. And render this out as a ProRes 444 12-bit. With the color space of kind of want to do in something that's like log or something like that, just so that way, because I want to use topaz, but I don't think it's color managed in topaz, so that's why I think log would probably be the best bet. Making it something like 709 is Not preferable. I mean, we can. So we just render that out. Let's take Topaz Video and then upres this like 2x or something like that. Let's see if that'll help sharpen it. Sometimes I like to do this with visual effects, is render it out at a lower res and then upres it. I didn't think I would have to for this, honestly, but it just really feels out of place because it seems like I think the motion blur is more than the motion blur in the rest of the footage. And rather than re-rendering it, I'm going to see if I can fix that here. So here's Topaz. Let's see. Let's move that over here so you guys can see it. Does it have a nice upscaler node? I haven't used it. Let's do 4K. We'll output this as... Oh, you could do image sequences, TIFF, 16-bit, video. What are any of these? Oh, yeah, ProRes. It's like I don't even know what any of those options are. I don't think it's keeping the alpha, though. I don't know how long this is going to take either. So let's see. Nuke has a nice upscaler. Well, let me check that out while we're working on that. Let's try upscale. Yeah, I've heard people talking about it, but I actually haven't used this upscaler at all. So I'm very curious. Well, it's frozen right now, so... Just waiting. Oh, stretch time, guys. Stretch time. Oh. Well, that finished. Crash Nuke now. We're just trying to crash it, okay? Just crashing the program is my favorite pastime. Crashing programs is always my favorite pastime. Let's do restore changes. Let's get that out of here. And actually, let's do prop 3. We're going to load this in. And we use time offset 999. We're going to reformat this guy. Instead of with width, let's do, yeah, with width should be fine. That should be exactly the same. Which honestly doesn't look all that different. Yeah, I don't think that helped very much, honestly. Yeah, I don't think that helped very much. Let's try the upscaler inside. I might have to remove motion blur and then just apply it with inside of Nuke. That'll just give us better options. Let's try it this way. With 1024 tile size. There we go. Oh, wow. That is really good. That is crazy good. You have returned. Welcome back. I like that. Good call, Hasselhoff. What does a larger one look like? That could be taken out of context. What does a larger tile size look like? There we go. Fixed. Problem solved. Let's see. I don't know that it actually was that big of a change. Let's do this, and then we're gonna just output these EXRs, and that way we don't have to look at that every single time. Let's do 08 pre-render / today's date. Let's do upscale 123.4.exr. Create directories, and then we can render that out. The tile size should look the same. It just splits the image in larger chunks and scales each chunk one after another. Oh, gotcha. Okay, I didn't know if that was like a... So a smaller would just mean that it probably takes longer to process than the larger tile sizes, I would imagine? Or is it going to be about equal depending on hardware? So this is upscaling it to actual 4K, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to import that footage and then down-res it to 2K, but it'll be sharper because it's 4K. I think is the concept I'm going with here, guys. We're doing some maths, all right? Some intense thinking. Dude, I am so used to using a render farm right now that whenever I submit renders and I have to wait for an individual computer, it's frustrating. Oh, one day, guys, one day I'll have a server rack with computers that I can just submit renders to and then just get those renders instantaneously. Larger should be faster at the cost of more VRAM, I think, but for my experience, smaller doesn't crash and larger does. Yeah, so you're basically arguing whether or not I should want to crash my computer, which I don't prefer crashing my computer, by the way. It's not preferable, but you know, I can get behind it sometimes. Definitely makes you feel better about yourself because you're like, oh, I'm so crazy, my comps always crash the computer. That's what I think, anyways. Okay. Oh, this is the time. This is the break time. This is the mental break time. Yeah, I've never used this thing. I also... Okay, you know what? While we're waiting for this, it's like, might as well make use of my time. I need to create a roto of the dude that's running away. So that way the drone goes behind the dude. So let's open up DaVinci Resolve to create some rotos instantaneously. I mean, we could also use the modnet inside of Nuke, but my experience is not super good. Or... It's about the same as DaVinci Resolve. It's just slower. Unless I'm doing something wrong. Again, I'll have to do some tweaking with that to figure that out. Also, is that our cube here? No, guys. Our cube's there. What? This guy. Ah! I'm going to disable him. I'm going to re-render that after the stream. But that's our fake triangle cube. No! What a waste of time. It's fine. I'll render it off stream. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay, it's not a big deal. Honestly, can't even notice it. I mean, you kind of can notice it. You can notice it. But, oh, no, dude. What a waste of time. Let's go ahead and open up a new DaVinci Resolve here, 2048, 1080. And we'll load in our plate. Not pre-render, we want plate. Let's load in BG1 now. Yeah, I know, okay, still. I didn't even catch it till just now. I was like zoomed in and I was like, what is that? I didn't throw a texture on this one thing. And for our sake, let's go to color management settings. And we'll set the input color space to ACES CG because we know that's the color space that we're using. And then output, let's set it to Rex 709. Save that. Perfecto. Now, if we can manage without crashing our computer to create a matte, then that is the goal. But as you can see, we are having issues. In fact, actually, I think my stream is breaking. Oh, wow. That is something. I'm pretty sure the stream just crashed, but we'll see if we come back or not. Are we back? I don't think so. It's doing some heavy lifting here. Wow, everything is just completely unresponsive. So, I don't know. I guess I'm just going to stay here. It's not much I could do. I don't. It is laggy. My phone just keeps resetting over here for the stream. It is what it is. We're making it happen. Puget Systems, give me a computer, please. I mean, my computer is pretty good. It's just sometimes I push it to the absolute limit of what I should be doing. Yeah, that's using up 7 gigabytes of memory. And then DaVinci Resolve's now like, hey, wait a second, I need stuff. Let's see if I can build a matte now without my computer crashing. 2 many renders and stuff at the same time? I don't think so, man. I could probably get 1 more render going. Watch me. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, and there's nothing you can do about it. Dude, it just drew a straight line when I clearly curved with his body. Okay. I might need to stop a render. Okay. I might. It might be a thing that I have to do. I'm not going to be happy about it, but I might have to do it. I might have to at least close Blender because having it open is definitely not helping. Closing. Okay. Technically speaking. Let's just cancel this. Alright. Back to you, buddy. All you. You know, I've never used person mask. Never used person mask. I wonder if it works better. I actually don't know. Always used object mask. But let's try person since there is a whole person standing here. Well, that actually worked really well. Then we hit better. Let's try better. Give me a better person. Mask. I have no clue if this is going to get even close, but we're going to try it out. It's honestly just got to be close. It's just got to be close enough, okay? I don't think the gun needs to, because it's in his right hand, so the gun's going to be on the other side of his body by the time the drone's flying by. Okay, that's good. Keep it up. That's good. Keep it going. Although this is weird. What is going on up there? Why is that flying off? Like, what is going on here? What are you doing? How low does this drone go, by the way? It's so close to being actually good. The problem is that for whatever reason, this thing is lagging behind his head. Yeah, it's like selecting the bricks. I wonder if I just output this, if it'll be fine. I don't know if this line, because I think the drone comes down here. It doesn't. Okay, and we don't care about any of this, if we're being honest. Stop. No one cares. Let's go look at this real quick. Let's just feather the edges a bit, right? Just do a bit of a denoise. Okay. And then oh, short stream is frozen. Did it never fix? I don't know how to fix the short stream, and it's back. Okay, great. I'll just trust your word on that, Ben, because I didn't do anything. The fix happened without me doing anything. Let's see, let's go here. I mean, my computer's still chugging right now, and it's like I'm not even doing anything anymore. Oh, well, this is freaking out. We can try closing Nuke. That might help. And let's go over here to material, and then we will create one called matte. And let's go ahead and just save it into this folder, and we'll call this a dude matte 01. Just render that out. I normally render these out at TIFFs, but like honestly, I don't care. I think an H.264 is totally fine. Pretty sure it was frozen until you closed Blender. Oh, was it? How far back are you guys? Because I am way past the Blender part. I'm trying to close Nuke right now. That's what I'm trying to close. Just in the process of closing it, okay? We hit end task. That always helps. I think the denoise is not what we want it to be, so let's go back to it. Yeah, this is way more responsive now. Let's delete our stroke that we did here. I'm just going to select this guy. And we're going to go back to object mask, I think. And let's just do faster. And then we track it. Guys, that's so good. That's so good. That's ridiculous how good that is. Look how clean that roto is. Wow. So let's render that out. That's so much better. That's so much better. By the way, that's working so much better that Nuke was closed because it was trying to do the upscale function on the frame while I was trying to do the roto in the background. That's crazy how good that is. There we go. We're not going to use the upscaler right now. Instead, we're going to now remove where the mask is. So let's do that. Let's go to our material here. Go to matte. Import our drone footage. Apply that as Rec 709. Because that's what we know we were using inside of DaVinci Resolve. And now, with our virtual lens and everything, we actually want to remove the drone whenever it's behind. So this is a real easy thing to do. We're just going to add a merge node in. And we're going to use this mask tool. And instead of using the alpha, we'll just use red. So now when we view that, invert that. There we go. Now when you're chasing, should fly behind the guy. Yeah, like right there. Perfect. And then we're just going to blur this a little bit. Or even better, because the blur never does a good job on that kind of stuff. Let's use the ZD focus. Do we not have... Confused as to... Oh, right. Time offset's off. It's like, why is this not working? It's probably because the time offset's incorrect. So if we go to input here, you'll notice that it starts at frame 1. There we go. And so now, that'll be happening behind it. Let's change the size here. We could actually do this more effectively, though, inside of DaVinci Resolve. So let's go to the Color tab. Zoom in on the arms that we have here. And we're going to just change the blur the radius function here to match the arms as best as possible. Okay? Now I go back over to the render tab. 3. And we could probably keyframe that as well, by the way. Are we going to? No, because it only passes behind it for a short period of time. So we just render that out. Great. And then let's load that in now. Might need to erode in a little bit. What is that? What's that green? Is that the green cable? Oh, it is the green cable. I was like, I swear I'm seeing the bush. What's going on here? So this is version 3. Let's just zoom in real quick as he's running. Let's go to the color tab real quick. I think there's a way to match the motion blur. Oh no, that's an After Effects thing. That's pretty cool when you can do that. Blurring the radius is fine. Might want a little bit of denoise. Overall, changing the radius might be shrinking it a little too much. Okay, and then let's try rendering that out, see what that looks like. Okay, then load in version 4, change this to our 709 footage. Okay. Perfect, guys. That's looking a lot better. I think that's good. Let's do a little more contrast, though. There we go. And let's see. We'll render that out later. Let's clean some of this up here. This mask should be over here. And there we go. Okay. Let's see what this upscale looks like now. So we want to upscale that. And then we're going to reformat this. Just see if this is actually making any difference. Okay. Let's do it this way. Let's do a transform, scale that down 0.5. And then that gets merged on top. Maybe not. I was trying to do something stupid there. I just wanted to see if I could do it. Yeah, I don't think the upscaler is going to work for us. I thought maybe it would, but I guess not. Overall, I think adding just a little more contrast to it, just to make it a little bit darker and less milky, I think helps a lot. Blend it in a little bit nicer. Let's play that back and see how that looks. Pretty simple Nuke comp, honestly, guys. Caching is the thing that just takes the longest here. I think we should probably be good with the mat, but I'm going to wait till after we get playback on this before I officially say yes to that. It is crazy the stuff we animated that we're not necessarily going to get to see just because they're on the back side of the drone, like the little flappers that we did as well as the spinning fan. We're not getting any of that stuff. See how well this integrates in once we got this going here. Honestly, though, it's a drone. It wouldn't miss them, right? Like if it's shooting bullets, they'd just be dead. Maybe next time we'll do a bullet of her hitting her head exploded, because it's like she runs, it's like she's going like this and just like blah, and then just like her whole head just explodes outwards. Like a very gruesome, you know, like explosion shot. And then we'll clean plate everything so that way just her body falls forward. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, it might be a little gruesome for YouTube though. I don't know. Too gruesome for YouTube. Let's see how this playback goes. Do like a Houdini blood simulation shot. Oh, I like that, guys. That looks nice. His arm does a weird thing at the end. What is that? Pops up and it's doing this. I don't like that. Like it does like a weird extra animation. Let's fix that. Oh, whoops, wrong one. Oh no, that is the correct one, yeah. It's like this arm here. It's like flings outwards. Oh, it's that. So let's render from 1100 outwards. An easy way of doing this is just going to our output folder. I'll pull it up right here real quick. And we need 1100 onwards. So let's go to details. 1100. And we updated these keyframes. So delete keyframes. And then now let's go over to our Blender and then we're uncheck overwrite. So now when we hit render animation, it'll only jump to the very end of the sequence, 1100 and onwards, because those are the only frames that we don't have rendered. Yeah, it is aiming at him. It just looks strange, dude. I don't like how it looks. Also, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. Do we see that in our rendered? We do. What the heck is... Oh, is that the one flapper, bro? Is that the one flapper that went away from us? Okay. Let's do our grade adjustment, color correction, and then... Let's do a merge node here with a roto, and let's do it this way. We'll do a stencil, and let's just we need to get rid of this. So just create a roto, just. It's fine if it's there the whole time, honestly. So now if we go view that, it gets rid of it. Perfect. Two minutes? Why is it taking 2 minutes to render a frame? Did it seriously take like 2 minutes per frame last time? It may have. I don't know. Our roto's definitely good though. We can close this. We don't need to save it. No need to save it, dude. Let's take a look at this light wrap though. I mean, we only have till frame 1099 because I deleted everything, but when the drone flies in... Oh, that's right, we don't see the sky. Wait, did Blender just crash on me? I think Blender just crashed on me, dude. I didn't exit out of it, but the render stopped. No. Okay. It's fine. I don't know what the hell that is, unless that's just a random flapper. I think it's the random flapper, dude. Okay, I'm definitely pushing the computer to its limits right now. Dude, why? I can't seem to live stream and render. It makes me sad. That's a no-go right there. Let's just cache this. We'll just cache this, and this will be the shot. I think I'm out of VRAM. No, I'm not. I mean, my memory looks fine. I don't even have anything open anymore. It's like my whole computer's crashing right now. I think the thumbnail for this video perfectly accurately was my facial expression. Insufficient memory available processing GeForce 30 Ti falling back to CPU. That's what was going on. Let's recreate the thumbnail. Oh! That's so dumb, dude. Oh, no. Should work perfectly fine, though. When we have one software running at a time, we should be fine. Should be fine. All right, let's just get playback here so you guys can see the finished shot. And then I'm going to continue rendering the frames on my end so that way I can just upload that to Discord. If you guys are not subscribed, make sure to hit the subscribe button. We are so close to 1,500 subscribers, so make sure to hit that subscribe button and like this video if you guys enjoyed it. Share it with your friends. You got anybody that is wanting to learn 3D or is interested in visual effects, share these streams with them. I do these streams once a week. You guys know that. You guys are here every week with me, and it's fun. It's a good time. And I think we're finished with this shot this week. So that means we get to move on to other additional shots in the future. I might add some gun shots right now into the thing. And then, but yeah, I think we're going to be finishing this up today. I don't need to open up Blender. Not until afterwards. Actually, I probably have to re-render the whole thing because it's got the cube in it. Run! Let's go ahead and full screen that for you guys. Looks pretty good. So then it'll just go right? So it just takes like 2 shots. I think that's the move. We get it to go doo 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 doo. So right when she flinches, I want the first shot to go. Boom. It's gonna miss, but it's gonna be before her reaction time. jumps in. Hey, how's it going, Lex? Welcome into the chat. Use a constant here. We'll do all this before the lens distortion gets revamped. But let's just grab like this gray value from up here. I think that's a nice color for what we're trying to do. We'll do a merge. And honestly, we'll just use just a regular roto node coming from track backwards here. So I want, this is how I want to do it. We're just going to draw in a roto node like so. Blur that bad boy. Set to like a RGBA or something like that. I always like to just, as I said earlier, we just make that full white with a shuffle node. Set that to A, and then that way we actually have like an alpha setup. I need to figure out why that doesn't really work otherwise, but just merge this back over top of our footage now. And so we now have like this bullet that's going to be flying through the air. So this is just like our first step, okay? So we just add this roto in. And then the one keyframe before that, it's going to be flying all the way from back there. So we just animate it to... It's going to be so quick, we're barely going to see it. But our eyes will catch the movement of it. So boom, boom. And we'll just keep that going. So one more, and then one more out. So let's see if we could see that. Oh, right. One more thing. One keyframe before this, it should be completely gone. Yeah, I'm just showing you on the screen. Let's just play this back real quick. I'll show you guys the nodes in a second. I also didn't realize that, but I was like, actually, it's perfectly fine that you don't see the nodes right now because most of the work's happening over here on this screen. It's a little thick. Like right here, okay? We want this to not feel so fat. It's a bullet whizzing in the air after all. Our eyes are catching that little, like, imperceptible, you know, it's very, like, hard to see, but our eyes are catching it. So we want to... There we go. A little sharper. Again, just make this thinner. And then completely out on this one. So basically what I'm doing is I'm using a constant with the value of like just this chimney up here. And then I'm shuffling in the alpha, so that way it's got pure alpha. And then I'm basically just creating the bullet effect using a roto and a blur, and I'm just animating that over a few frames here. It's going to be so quick our eyes are barely going to see it. But we can adjust the thickness and size of the bullet just by, you know, grabbing the roto and making some adjustments there. And that's going to fly so quickly. And so now you just see that here. If we just play that back, Play that back at full speed here, and you can. It's going to be something you're barely going to see, but once we add the flare in there and everything, then it will become much more visible. It's just that extra little detail that's going to catch the viewer's eyes. We're just starting with that right now. So let that play back again here. Yeah, just something that you barely see there. Well, this isn't a laser. This is actually just like a machine gun bullet, basically. Although, I mean, it's the same principle for like a laser blaster. I mean, you could do a laser blaster, honestly. Like right here, I mean, all you have to do is just change out this constant for a brighter value. You can make it like a red laser blaster. I feel like you could do that just by doing that. Probably could have used an exposure also. But you could just use this. Replace the whole thing and it'll give you the blaster value. Like so. Exposure. Now you got a brighter exposure. Now you got yourself some blaster bullets coming from. Which actually works. Let's take that. You know what? Screw it. Let's do blaster bullets. I like the idea of blaster bullets. Do that, do that. Let's just give ourselves some more room because we got to add some glows in and everything, guys. Let's change this tolerance here to, again, we're just going to do a smaller value. A lot smaller for everything there. Let's just make that a 20. We'll do effect only. And then we'll use a merge node and set that to plus. And then we'll do the same thing again. This time we'll set the tolerance to, half. Go to effect only, merge, and then we use the plus again. Our exposure won't have to be quite as hot. And then for here, then we just add in a blur node, which we blur everything to be a little bit more so. Merge that back on top of everything. And then we lessen the amount here. I do think for this last roto here, let's go in, let's select it, make everything quite a bit smaller. Whoopsies. And then we'll just make it so that it lives only inside the barrel here. So let's see if I can do that. Guys, look, I got a lightsaber. Easy peasy, right? What is going on here? Why is this so broken? Let's just flop that around. There we go. And last one. There we go. And then now it goes off on this frame. And then re-enable that. Then I don't know that I like that. Unless we take this whole thing and then just make it less. Set keyframe. And then have it blast out in full. So that way it's a lot less. That crispy blood, nice for head explosions. Oh, yeah, from the boys. Let's get that to playback again. But he misses, dude. You know, the problem with him is that he never actually reacts. So let's get this roto here. We'll put it behind everything. I think make it super thin. There we go. And that just flies off. I'm going to have to use our same roto that we already created. He just doesn't react, so maybe he just doesn't see the bullet. That's why I had to go on the outside of him. I don't think that lines up with the camera, the angle. The bullet needs to fly upwards, like right there. You see that? It's actually, you can kind of already see it where his head is. It's actually supposed to be there with this up here. And then this one, again, just line it up with where it's at. Just have to do a little bit of finagling. And maybe we'll make it get bigger towards the camera because it's flying past him. So let's just actually get rid of our keyframes that we already have here. So just make it everything a little bit easier. Let's try that again. So I go bam. Oh, that's a little off. It's like it jumps up or something. all about the angle, dude. Otherwise, it's just going to feel off. Yeah, the one towards the girl is definitely a lot closer. I think I'm curious if we take this now. Okay, I like this whole thing, but now let's just use a merge node and that mask that we have from earlier, and I think we might be golden. Just say that, plus, you know, use the red value and invert it, basically. That's what we're trying to do here. Maybe place the first frame behind him. Oh, I wonder if you're talking about what I'm doing right now. That's so close, dude. That's so close. Let's do it like this. Let's blur it a little bit. Using a road. Bring that road in. And then our roto that we have. Okay. Here's our first frame, which isn't technically correct. Okay. Gotta do the same thing we did last time. We need a bit of a little nice glow. Okay. So just whop, whop. And let's just go to the merge node again. This guy. Just bring that down a little bit. Line it up a little bit better. Just get that angle a little bit nicer. Nice. And then just go back to that merge node, and we got that keyframe set. So then when it goes to here, we just full blast it. Grab. Okay, I think the angle is so close. It's just not quite there, dude. This needs to be a little bit higher. You see that? It's just the trajectory is a little off. There we go. And now, last roto. This guy right here, let's just take him and move him completely off. Perfect. So now let's play that back. See how that works. I think it's too thick. It's too thick here. So much fandangling, bruh. It's fine that that gets thicker. There we go. I think that works better. We thinking one more out of the left before the end of the shot? What are we thinking here, guys? How much are we hating that? The hell? I deleted the roto paint and it still stayed there. Did you guys see that? What the hell? Okay, my Nuke is definitely bugging out. Time to restart Nuke. The rotopaint tools aren't popping up there. Sometimes all it takes is just restarting the Nuke. Actually, I might want to make this black and then eat into his face more is kind of what I was thinking. Okay, and then this side would have a little bit more mask. Just kind of fixing up the roto a little bit, guys. Sometimes this can like throw off a shot. Okay, that works. And that's only for one frame. It's not like a lot of work. Let's see. Let's use a light wrap. So what I want to do is let's use a merge node with the this background here, okay? And we're basically going to use this as a mask. And then we're going to use a light wrap directly on here with the B set to this guy. Okay? And let's use the intensity here to blend more onto the face. And then we're going to change the size here, the diffuse size, to be a lot larger. Let's change the intensity again. And then let's take this whole thing and we're just going to merge it back on top of our actual footage here. So all we're doing is adding that glow in. Now when we actually add the bullet blaster shots in, have a little bit more of a light effect happening on him that we can control through the intensity here. Okay, let's see how this shot looks now. Let's place that. I think the timing on the left is so good. One thing we gotta watch out for, and probably should have noted this before, is that there's actually windows over here, so we should see some kind of reflection, I would think. I mean, we don't see them, so maybe not. But if you do want to add any reflections in, I would say open up the blender, and then we already created the back wall. That's where you would just add in like glass reflections. You'd render that out as a separate pass, and that would go into here. Okay, let's see how the shot looks as a whole. Let's cache this whole thing out now. I love the animation we did on this. That's nice. I like that. Looks good, guys. I think the laser is brighter, so maybe it would be visible. True. What we could do is for the blasters here, for this one frame that this guy is here, let's add in an additional one back here. Just do something like this. Let's grab these guys and let's just make it a lot smaller. Something like here. Here and then off. Completely off. Okay, and then this one right here, we need to add in all of this stuff back. Oh, you're right. Share your nodes. We're just going to roto in this like so, and then I'm just going to set this to minus, honestly. Oh, wait a second. We can't do that. What we can do, though, is just delete this. Delete, please. God damn. There we go. This is really messy, actually. This has gotten quite messy. Let's use this roto node here, and then we're going to use a merge node. Oh, this has gotten really messy. What the hell? Use a merge node. We're just cleaning everything up right now, guys. Lots of cleanup to do. Use this as a mask. Voila. Hide input. Perfect. Perfect. Perfecto. Okay, so with that being said, I want this guy. Let's add in a roto node here, and then let's chop off this. Want him to be like embedded into the window here. So if we do that and then say stencil, that'll just chop off the laser from there, and anywhere that we create a roto. And luckily this is only one frame, so we don't have to do this on a bunch of frames. We don't have to track it. We don't have to do any of that. We just basically just need to line it up on this one frame. And that's just going to be the blaster inside of the window. And actually, I lied. It's not one frame. It's multiple frames. But it's not that complicated. It's just like move your roto over for those additional frames. We don't see any of this anyways, but... So that's that blaster. And then let's just make sure... Where is this located now? Hello? There we go. Why is this... What's going on? Okay, so there's that. That merges to that. That gets merged back on top of that. What am I missing here? What did I turn down? The stencil shouldn't be affecting it whatsoever, right? Oh. That's weird. Okay. That's a weird bug. Did I don't know what I did that would cause that. Other than... Yeah, I have no idea what I did that would cause that. Okay. I don't know. This is getting very messy very quickly, and I don't mean it to, but it just is. It's fine. Oh! Is that what it was? Is it because this is not pre-malted? There we go. That worked. Holy cow. Okay. And let's just go select this roto over here. All you have to do is just change the opacity here to be less if that's what you want, which is what we want. How much longer do you think I'll be streaming? I don't think very much longer. I mean, we're just putting up our final touches right now. So now let's merge that everything on top of it. And so you're in great pain for what, man? I'm not doing anything. Let's clean that up. I think this is all actually much cleaner. I was getting way too messy there for a second, but it's okay. We recovered and we're back on track. Technically, A's need to come from this side. Let's just clean that up. There we go. Guys, we're on it, dude. We're on it. Everything is so clean right now. It's ridiculous. It's so clean, it's ridiculous. I'll do some cleanup work for you. It's okay. Okay, great. There we go, guys. There we go. Amazing. Amazing. You hope I would stream much longer? Oh, dude, I don't have time for that, unfortunately. Let's just move everything over here. There we go. Roto plus that. So that is the reflection on the window there. And how about the second shot? I would imagine we would see something on the second shot, so let's just go do that real quick. And let's see. We'll grab this guy, but we don't need him yet. We're going to go on the blast. And we'll just go whop. I think it's a little high up. I need it to be consistent. I think that's good. And honestly, this just goes off. That should be off completely at that point. Okay, and then again, we go back over here to the layer of everything. And honestly, it's just a few frames, so let's go. back over here. One more. And that's just going to be missing all of those window panes. And then this frame right here, we're going to move that like that. I think if we just honestly moved this over, I don't think we would notice the difference. And all of that can now get moved off. Great. Let's see what that looks like now with the reflections in the window. And technically, we could probably do reflections of the drone as well in comp. Although I really don't think you would see it, because we're not even seeing the people. Oh yeah, that's nice. Oh, I like that, guys. Ah, it's pretty cool. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Put that in full screen for you guys. I think that's going to be the shot. And we could grade it too. Let's see. Does that Nuke Essentials come with like Nuke Survival Toolkit? It's got filters. Does it have like a looks thing, so you could just like apply looks if you wanted like basic LUTs and stuff like that? Like a nice looking LUT. I don't think I've 'cause I don't have any LUTs downloaded. I would like something that just, it's like a super, like just something basic. I don't want to have to grade it. I really got to go through all of this stuff later and just like learn what all the different tools are. Label from Reed. What does that do? Oh my gosh, that's amazing. What's going on here? I think overall, let's just grab this here. It's really ugly. So like something like that with, let's add in a grade node. You don't think there's a node that makes it look good? No, I'm talking like a LUT. Just like a LUT. Just like a looks layer. Because, I mean, in grading softwares, you can just like use a look. They call them looks. Where it's just a super basic, like typical thing that you would apply for a grade. So that way you wouldn't have to grade it yourself. But I don't think this has that. I mean, this is just like a super basic grade. Just get that to play back. And then, yeah. Just one last playback here. I think, oh man, that's spot on, dude. Now, here's a thing you could potentially also do. We could project the footage onto the topology that we created in Blender, and then you can reposition your camera where like maybe you wanted a close-up of just the drone and not the people. You could totally do that. Yeah, those reflections are good. I like that. And then, I mean, the other thing I would probably do is add reflections into the windows on the side, just of the drone. I mean, that's just like the one thing I think that would help sell it just a little bit more. Like there's ways to do it right now where we do have separate Nuke comps. So let me open up the other Nuke comp that we had. Just real quick, we can copy paste the camera track that we had. I think I'm just going to copy this whole thing. So we could just copy in all of these different, or this camera basically setup, this camera setup. And just move this whole thing down. I don't know where that's coming from, but yep, we'll do that. And so now we have this camera setup here that we don't need the source on. But if we go view it, enable our setup there. Okay, great. Great. Okay, just wanted to make sure that was all correct. Now, we can grab the inverse of the, yeah, you're right. I don't know why I forget to do that all the time. But here you guys go. So I grabbed the scene, scanline render, and the camera. With the OCI output trim, you can apply LUTs. But you need LUTs for that. Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I think that was my point is I don't have any LUTs downloaded, but sometimes it would be nice just to have like some default LUTs in some Nuke node. Okay, great. So now we've got our track, our camera track in 3D here inside of Nuke. We can actually add the reflections this way. So we do have our initial shot here, and we have our drone, which is on this layer here, I believe. We could go, I don't know, these are all our laser blasters. This is our drone all the way up here, okay? So we need this drone piece here to reflect onto the wall on the other side. So let's use a corner pin, I think. I think corner pin should do the trick. Let's just grab that here. I'll move this all the way down. And then we're going to use I think the best way to do this would be a project from 3D. Either that. Yeah, I think project from 3D should do the trick. So use a camera. We'll set it on this frame, 1058. No animations on all knobs. Yes. So the camera can be plugged into that. This can be plugged into our corner pin. And then now this projection can be thrown onto our cards that we have. Specifically, only one of the cards is really what we need. And we can check to see what card that is by, let's go into here. We don't need that one. We only need the left side because that's where the reflections are happening. So let's go and just delete that card altogether. Then we're just going to feed that into projection. And now we should have our drone there. And let's merge this back on top of our footage real quick. We can see all of this going on now. And if we check out our corner pin that we have, we can now move this guy, which we're going to need to because we need to distort him quite a bit. And honestly, let's do it this way. Let's distort him like so. Perfect. And then after that, we use the transform to scale it down even more. Place it where we want it. Move all of this down. Just give ourselves some room to work here, guys. Move all of that down. We're going to use a Z defocus, maybe. I think that might look the best. Great. Now the default hover position, we want the drone to be chilling about right there. I think that's nice. And let's scale it down even more, I think. And honestly, we also, because we're seeing the backside of the drone, there shouldn't be any red light. So let's just remove the saturation completely from this guy. I want to see what that looks like as a multiply. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking this drone, I'm making it quite a bit lighter, and then I'm projecting it onto the card. That's putting it all the way back there. Let's also make sure that our points are turned off over here because there's no reason to have those on. Then I'm multiplying that onto our image, which is creating a darker version of that glass, just ever so slightly, but with the same exact texture, right? Because that's how a reflection would normally do it. And then I'm just basically placing that back over top of the footage. So now we're just going to get a ever so slightly darker version of that. We can control how much we want with this grade node on how dark we want that reflection to be. Thinking somewhere around here is probably going to be the best for us. Hey, how's it going? How you doing, Gian? GNC? And great. Okay, so then that will be placed there. Now, the only thing we need to make sure of is that we are not darkening the areas that are not going to be reflective, because it is important for us to only be using that over reflection area, right? So let's use a keyer. Let's see if we could do it with the keyer, because I mean, yeah, he's gonna be darker, but we already have a matte of him, so let's do it this way. Let's just look at this real quick. We've got this A here. We just need to crush out the window and bring up the rest. Window crush, bring up the rest. Let's see if that works. Okay. So another merge node down here with the mask. Okay. So again, this is how we're getting that. We'll need to invert this alpha here. And then that gets merged onto the multiply, which then gets placed over top of everything. And let's check this out. So let's play back the shot now. Interestingly, the other thing to take to note here is that the drone that we're using to reflect onto it is moving with the camera. And it's moving with the camera twice, right? Because we're basically using the camera here, but then we also rendered it inside of Blender with camera movement. So that might actually throw off our reflection as well. And you can tell it's like it's getting smaller in the frame back there. We might be able to counteract that, right? Let's see. So if we take this whole scene here, can we actually invert it? I've never done this, so I don't know if I can. Let's see, we have the scanline renderer, and instead of outputting the rendered camera, can we output... So we've got UV. I know that's how we can stabilize a UV. I don't think so. Counteract it with like a transform, of course. Basically just need to stabilize the drone. So we'll just create like a box, right? Set the keyframe here. Well, we were doing this all on 85, so let's just use that as our reference frame. Actually, were we using 85? What frame were we using? I actually don't know what frame we were using. I'm thinking we were using like somewhere around here. And then if we just go every few frames and then we just move that up, maybe scale it up as well. Let's set keyframes on the scale and the location of it. So we're just going to go every 5 frames or so and then just kind of center this guy out. And then afterwards we can delete the translation. I think that's the key, because we basically want the movement, but we don't want the scale changes. So I'll explain why in a second, and you'll be able to see a little bit better. Okay. Otherwise, the reflection's going to stay at the exact same spot the entire time. So what we'll do is we'll set this to 0, 0, and then let's delete. So say no animation, and then no animation. So now it's only going to be changing the scale of the guy, but he's still going to be moving inside of the frame. That should work. Let's see if that does. think it's placing it right there. So now, instead of it getting further away double the speed, it's just getting the same distance. And then it's okay that it moves in frame because that's just emulating the camera movement. Whereas the... yeah, I think that's working out nicely. You can see that here. I might say we should half the speed, but like... I'm adding reflections into the background here onto the wall. Let's just grade this up a little bit more. And then we'll just change the ZD focus. Just want this to feel a little bit more like it's... Hey, 2Ty3D, how you doing? We're basically just adding a reflection into the back wall here of our drone that we added in. See how well that works. I think it's a little hot. Let's, yeah, it is. Let's take this, and then we'll just white clamp it. Yeah, white clamp did the trick. I mean, here's the thing. I think we should. That's rough. Let's put it at 50. I think that's like about... Just put like right there. Set that to the keyframe. Let's go view this real quick. And here's what I'm going to do. I do think we should do that where we are stabilizing it. And then I'll animate it myself. Because then we'll have more control over that reflection. Because otherwise, I think it's actually doubling the distance that's going on right now. Because it's doubling the camera movement. Because the CG shot has the camera movement as well as the track that we're projecting it onto here inside of Nuke. So now that we have that stabilized overall, I mean, it's pretty roughly stabilized. What we can do is we can actually open up this other transform node that we have here. And if we view the area in which it's being projected, let's go back over here. It's being basically placed right there on that wall. So we can set a keyframe here. And let's just set a keyframe here. I think you wouldn't see the reflection anymore. Now I'm just like kind of like following the movement here. I mean, he's about to blast. And where we determined that to be was like roughly around here, right? Yeah. Go ahead and set that. Delete those keyframes again real quick. Now I think the reflections are just a bit dark. So this multiply here, we could just lessen the amount that we're seeing really of it. And let's just see how that looks in playback. But that just gave us full control over how we wanted that reflection to move, which isn't perfect, but it's just, you know, based off of what our eyeballs are looking at. I think at a certain point we really just don't care. It's always like the little details though, like that's like something that I don't think you're going to catch. Hey Connor, a while ago you mentioned something about partnering with Foundry and something about partnering with Foundry and using Katana, right? Do you have any updates on that? Yeah, I have Katana and I've been messing around with it. I just haven't used it on a full shot yet, so I'm planning on really just doing a deep dive on it on my own time. It's really cool though. It's a great look dev software, very clean. I just need to take some time and really get into it. And I have found that the way I work with softwares is the best way is just to force myself to use a software where it's like, okay, I have to use it all the way through. You know, a whole visual effect shot or a whole job or whatever it is. But so now that I have it, I'm just going to start messing around with it. There's a lot of great learning resources online about Katana, so I just haven't been in a situation where I needed it yet. I suppose we could have used it for something like this, but I'm not going to live stream that. Me fumbling through a software is not fun to watch. I suppose some people like to watch it. There's a little bit of a reflection there, and that's kind of nice. It's difficult to learn Houdini? Yeah, it is. Houdini's just a very different software, too, so that's really close. I just feel like it just feels like an overlay, like a bit much. So let's go into here real quick. Take a look at this guy. I want more of that. And I don't want as much of this. I think that kind of works for me. And then overall, I mean, let's do an offset here. Okay, let's play that back. Yes, it's fun, and you can get some cool results, even if you're starting with the simulation. It's very interactive with all the colors and movement. You know, that's one thing I really like about Houdini is that it is very procedural, and I really appreciate that. I know, like Nuke is procedural in the way that the node pipeline works. Looks like the characters need more light compared to the drone's reflection. Looks like characters need more light compared to drone reflections. I'm not quite sure what you're saying, Waynes. Are you talking about the people? Because that's live action footage. If you're talking about the drone... I like that reflection better now. Adding more light from the blaster onto them. Kind of seems like the drone needs noise or diffusion cloud around it. I do actually have some processing that's happening after the fact, but it's just really grain and color grading. Maybe some kind of like smoke or something like atmosphere, but I wasn't really planning on adding any of that into this effect shot. But hey, Waynes, welcome into the chat. Wayne's X-Row. I think he's talking about the brightness of the drone highlights. Maybe. Yeah, I could see how I could add a little bit more brightness to the drone. Highlights specifically. Might not be bad. We could try that. Especially since the characters do have quite a bit of highlights on them. Let's just get this to play back real quick. I want to see that reflection full in motion. As it freezes. You can add on a transform to distort the backplate around the blasters. Oh, yeah, no, for sure. It's not a bad idea. Just try not to make this live stream any longer than it already is. And since this is the last time we're doing anything on this shot, I'm trying to wrap it up. You got a busy day tomorrow? Yeah. Oh, Jesus. That reflection does not look right. Well, there's not going to be any bullet hits on this shot. And honestly, I'm not going to do sparks on this shot either, just because I'm running out of time for this. Okay, so that's that. Let's just turn that off for right now, just so I can actually get playback for this for right now. Let's take a look at the drone real quick. The color corrector, let's go to the highlights. Just boost the gain. I want to use the... Oh, that actually looks much better. Well, maybe half that. Yeah, I can live with that. What is going on with my computer? I'm just viewing just the comp, like the upper part of the comp. And it is struggling, dude. Let's close this. Don't need that. That's a bug, right? Yep. Let's fix that. Okay. Really hate this grade. I hate that too. Compared to this sky that's going back front is busy. I mean, it actually has a pretty good reflection on it. We used what's it called? I ended up using Photoshop to create the sky reflection because and there's like a whole bunch of buildings behind them too. Let's see. Let's add a little pizzazzy contrast in that. It's half this. I mean, honestly. That's like a... I mean, guys, I'm not a colorist, so I'm not going to be out here doing anything crazy with the grade. Let's go up here to the... Where's my CC I did? There we go. What is... No, that's not the right thing. That's the reflection. I knew I was selected on the wrong thing. It's hard to make color choices based off of a crappy monitor, though. And even more so for you guys over a live stream. Because it's like you're really not seeing... Yeah, that's like not too high right there. I really hate this grade. I'm just gonna do that. All I'm gonna do is basically add like a bit of a vignette on the shot. I might overall just boost the gain a little bit because it all is decently dark. And should work totally fine. Okay, let's get that to play back. And let's just get the whole shot to play back. And see how that looks. You might, that might be fun. I've sent you a Nuke script for distortion, which you can copy paste into your Nuke scene if you want. I'll check it out later. I think I'm just going to wrap this shot up here. And then, yeah, I'll check that out later. My stream's already been going for like 4.5 hours. I need to re-render this drone also. Still, because it's got that cube just floating in the scene with it. Yeah, I gotta re-render that. And then I'll get the rest of the frames too, where it like flies off into the distance, because I still don't have those frames rendered. I can't remember, why did we end up deleting that? What was like the problem with it? There we go, guys. Honestly, that doesn't have the reflection of the drone in it, and I'm not angry about that, because I didn't think the reflection looked super good either. I think ideally I would re-render the background to have a reflection pass on it, and then use that to comp it. But honestly, I'm gonna say that you're not gonna see it. That's my creative decision. You wouldn't see it. Okay, guys, I think that's going to be it for this live stream series on creating a drone VFX shot. If you guys like the stream, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the like button below. We do these streams once a week, so next week we're going to start a whole new series. If you want these project files, they'll be up on Patreon. I'm going to upload these to Patreon. I might render this out first, that way I can upload all the final stuff on Patreon with the final plate in here and all that stuff. But you guys can actually get the 3D model of the drone, use that for your own liking, and then of course the visual effects plate, which you guys can grab on Action VFX's website. I hope you guys like this video, and I'll see you guys next time with a new video, which I don't know, I haven't decided yet what it's gonna be, but I'm sure it'll be fun. I'm sure we're gonna have a great time doing it. And I like this one because we were able to spend a couple more weeks on it rather than just trying to shove it into one day. But even with the cube behind, it's looking really good. Thank you. The cube is definitely part of the shot, you know. No, we'll re-render it with the cube gone, so that way no problems. And then I'm still trying to figure out the vertical versus horizontal thing. I don't think it's versus as much as you know, it's like in addition. We had a couple people on there that haven't normally joined our streams, so maybe it's a different way of introducing the streams to people. But anyways, what will the series be next week? Good question. If you guys have any recommendations, put them in the Discord. You know, always like to see what you guys' recommendations are, and maybe we can some Nuke stuff. I plan on it. I want to do both Blender and Nuke like together, because normally I was doing just Blender shots and doing like full CG just Blender shots. So who knows, maybe next week we'll go back to building a Blender scene you know, from scratch. Like, we could totally do that. But I was trying to do it where maybe we do Blender and Nuke together to create, you know, a fun visual effect shot and all that stuff. So, yeah, I think that's the plan. We'll see what we end up doing. But I'll let you guys know, and obviously you guys can join the Discord, and I'll probably tell you guys there first what we're working on. But anyways, I'll see you guys next time. Thanks for joining, and you guys have a great rest of your day and a great rest of your week. I'll see you next week.